Aloha. The County of Hawaii is organizing a countdown event to inspire, invoke, and encourage collective action to mitigate the greatest challenge of our time, climate change. Here in Hawaii County, we know and believe that local insights grow global solutions. Join the TEDxCounty of Hawai'i on November 13th because together we can change climate change.
Aloha. Ke mālama nei ke kālana o Hawai'i I hanana kui ka wā ma ka helu o lapa I ka aha ani au o nā lāhui. I mea e pai a ho'ulu I ka hoi o kāko. Like e ho'okele I ka pikiki pio nui o ko kāko ola. Ka loli o ke ani au. Ua ike ia mā ka moku o ke ave nei. Mai nā kulu vai me nā hune o ne li'i o ka hana maa nei. E loa mai ai, nā haina e ho'oholomua ana I ke au a puni. E launa mai no ma TEDxCounty of Hawai'i, ma ka lā umikumukolu o Novemapa. Ma ke alulike ana o kāko e loli ai ka loli o ke ani au.
We are running out of time.
Our planet is undergoing dramatic change at a pace and scale unlike ever before.
Instead of fighting over the cause of our problems, we must focus on solutions.
With a culture rooted deep in indigenous wisdom, an unshakable connection with nature,
and a vast network of innovative thinkers,
Hawaii Island has the potential to be the epicenter of global change.
We have the power and the resources to create a better future
For our children,
For the Aina,
for Hawaii,
And for the world.
On November 13th, TEDx and the County of Hawai'i will bring together
Hawaii's best innovators,
thought leaders,
change makers,
And a community that will prove
local insights grow global solutions.
Learn more and join the movement at TEDxCountyofHawaii.com.
Aloha nui kākou. Thank you for being here and joining us for the premiere event of TEDxCounty of Hawai'i. We're going to begin this the right way here at Mauna Lani. I'd like to hand it over to Kahukaniala Akaka, who will start us off with a blessing.
Maulio Hawaii, I kaihi o na mauna, o mauna ke au mauna loa, o hualalai, o haleakala, a me koha. He ai na aloha o na oiwi. Ai na ui kan wai ka ululau. He ola, he ola, he ola e namam. He ola, he ola, he ola e nahanau nei ti mai an. He ola, he ola, he ola e Hawai'i. E hola no ai. I stand in the Pico, in the navel in the center of 5 great mountains, pyramids of nature, Mauna Kea, Mauna Loa, Hualalai, Haleakala on the island of Maui, and Kohala. For our kupuna, these were symbols of great power, of strength. And so I stand in the Ulu Co-op of Kalahuipua, an ancient and storied land surrounded by the lokoi'a, the fish ponds of our ali'i, of umi, of kamemeha, of Uncle Francis E.E. Brown, and many of our great kupuna of times past. A place where one can be strengthened, a place where one can rejuvenate, a place where one can come to heal, a place where one can come to console and to think and look at the future of our Aina, of our lands, of this island earth. A place where we can talk story and share of how we can make things better for our future generations. Here at this gathering place of Kalahuipua, where many great minds came to think and to discuss and to look at the future and be the stewards of this land, of this Aina, of this earth. And so we share our aloha with all of you, and that we may all come together in unity and harmony. For our kuleana, our responsibility is to malama the Aina, to take care of this earth, to take care of this land, to be the kahu, the keepers, the stewards of this very sacred and spiritual place. I would like to now offer a prayer, a pule, and invite you all out there to join me at this time and to share your own personal prayers along with mine. E pule kako. E ko mako mako I loko kalani, a me keiki, a me ka ohane mulele. E nā uma kua, e nā kine kua, e nā kupuna pauloa. We are so humbled. We come with ha'a, ha'a, with much graciousness and aloha, to have this wonderful place that we can call home here in Hawaii nei. As we come to this time of Huliau, this time of change, as we come to a crossroad where we have to make great decisions, and decisions that are pono for this place and other places and for everyone that calls Earth home. As we recall the past and what our kupuna, what our ancestors did to malama Aina, to malama this land, to take care of its resources, to make sure not to take too much or to abuse those gifts of nature, always with the understanding of giving back. We ask you to guide us, to help us, to inspire us as we embark upon this huaka'i, this great journey, that we may all wield our paddles together. E lau hoi mai na wa'a. Paddle together towards that goal, towards that star that will guide us to where we need to go. That we may all paddle in unity and in harmony as one ohana, as one great family moving forward to Imua, so that we can look towards a good, a healthy, a safe, a fruitful future for those now living and those yet unborn. E kia kua, dear Lord, we ask you for this help. We seek your guidance, that our spirit, our aloha that we have here will emanate through all parts of this earth, that all people will see, that will take each and every person working together to ho'olokahi, to work together as one in spirit, to bring life, to bring the breath back to this earth, to our lands, to our cultures, and to everyone that lives on this planet Earth. Please listen to our prayers. Please accept our humble words, and please guide us to a clear and purposeful future. We look to a time when all things will be good, where health will be restored, where everyone will think of each other and take care of each other as we aloha kekahi ikekahi, as we love one another and look after each other's welfare. For our ohana, our families, our friends, and all of our neighbors, our global neighbors as well. We ask this in our sincere prayer. E mau aku ka loko maikai o ka haku Yesu Kristo. Ke aloha o ke akua ka makua me ka launa pū ana mai o ka uhane malele. Me kako a pau mai ke la aku a manawa pau ole. A mama ua noa, lele na pule, lele vale akala. And so may our prayers be heard. Maybe they be set to flight towards the heavens and accepted. And that the words of my uncle Abraham Akaka, unity is diversity in harmony, ring forth to all those upon this earth. And may the spirit of aloha thrive. Amen. Mahalo. We thank you for being great stewards, the kia'i, of the lands of the earth. Malama each other, love one another, listen to the words of the elders and the wise. Be safe and be healthy. And please come and visit us here in our home of Hawaii, where we can share our hospitality and our spirit of aloha with one and all. Aloha, malama pono, malama kekino, aloha.
He may not have had the big red letters. He may not have been standing on the circular red carpet, but certainly the wisdom and the intention setting from Kaniala Akaka is as powerful as any of the TED Talks you'll hear today. Mahalo e Kaniala. Aloha nui kākou. Aloha and welcome to the premier event of TEDxCounty of Hawai'i. For those of you tuning in, mahalo nui for joining us. My name is Ilihia Gionson, privileged to be your host today. And we just want to thank our sponsors for a moment, because something like this, taking 10 speakers, working with them over the course of many months, working on their talks, the logistics of filming it, all during the restrictions necessary to protect our community during COVID. It was no small task. So I want to send my aloha, and certainly the aloha of many, to our organizing team. And we also want to acknowledge our sponsors who made this possible. You see their logos up here on the screen, and we'll hear a little bit more about them as the day goes on. Mahalo nui again for joining us. We've got lots of stuff today. We have 10 amazing TED Talks, original material just for today's event. We're going to learn about the 6 winners of the inaugural County of Hawai'i Sustainability Achievement Award. We're going to have some talk story in between. We're going to hear from some of our sponsors, and we're going to wrap it up with a fireside chat. So thanks again for joining us. Hope you stick with us for the day. And I want to introduce you to one person real quick. Oops. There we go. This is my daughter, Kawai Pomaikai. She's 3 years old, and I'm here today because of her. I care about sustainability because I want her to have an island, a community, and a planet to inherit when the time is hers. She's already a bookworm at 3 years old. This is one of her favorites back in the day, her first 100 words. And she certainly passed 100 words at this time. But I wanted to start today off because the word sustainability has so many meanings to so many different folks. And so we asked some of our Sustainability Achievement Award winners to share what sustainability means to them. So let's start off with that video.
You know, I talked a little bit about sustainability. What does sustainability mean to you?
So sustainability, it's such a broad term, and there's many, many different definitions of it.
Sustainability comes in different definitions.
One is energy, one is transportation, and one is food.
You have environmental sustainability, right? You have economic sustainability, and you have cultural sustainability.
Sustainability means looking at alternatives to carbon-intensive processes and doing the right thing for the land and for future generations.
We sustain whatever we use in our forests, because in doing so, we're taking care of the land as it's taking care of us. And that's what sustainable means to me.
It's about having a direct communication to your land or your place, and being able to live within the confines and within the resource of that space as well. So understanding the language of that land, being able to communicate with that land, and being able to dissect that information to your community, and that you don't overexpend that land, that natural resource.
And it starts in many ways from an agricultural perspective with regenerative agriculture and caring for the soil. It starts with caring for the people, caring for the planet, really addressing both climate adaptation and climate mitigation at the same time so that we're preserving our society. But also I think it means prosperity for the farmers so that they can afford to have the dignity of their profession and the workers.
You can't have sustainability without familiarity of place, or what are those lessons that familiarity holds. And for here, it's actually these chants that are written in Hawaii and these in-depth observational chants that can tell us all of these answers of what that familiarity is to Hawaii.
I think that we all have a really important role to play in this ecosystem, pun intended, and it's not just about, oh, let's just stop using straws. I think it's more about who are you and what can you bring to the table.
In the sustainability world, I mean, we need everybody, right? We need all kinds of skills, we need all kinds of interest bases, so everyone has something to offer. It's really about just making that connection between what we need and what every person has to share.
It's not for us, it's not to save electricity for Hank, it's to show people what can be done and what's possible. You know, Hawaii has a history of taking care of the Aina, and I think people want to do the right thing. They just need to have choices, the right choices.
When people feel connected to a place, they take better care of a place. And you know, for me, sustainability is that ability to create an environment that our kids want to raise their kids in.
So many definitions. There are about as many definitions of sustainability as there are people defining it. So certainly to tackle an issue that broad, that meaningful, that touches so many people, it takes a lot of leadership. And here in the County of Hawaii, we're privileged to have the leadership of our mayor, Mitch Roth, who I'd like to welcome to the stage now for a few thoughts. Mayor Roth.
Aloha. Mahalo for joining us for our first ever TEDx County of Hawai'i event. You know, when our team took over office about a year ago, we had one simple vision: to make our island a place where our keiki can raise their keiki from generation to generation. Basically, what does that mean? It means to have a sustainable island, a sustainable community. In our actions, our policies, and our county leadership. To be forward-thinking, to take account how our actions affect future generations. To this end, we knew that we'd have to think outside the box and bring people together if we wanted to make real, impactful change. What we also knew is we weren't the experts, and we needed to find people who are. So, less than 100 days into our administration, in March of this year, our team hosted the first ever Hawaii County Sustainability Summit. I gotta tell you, when we came up with this idea, we thought we'd have 100 people in a room at a hotel someplace, but COVID hit, and we ended up with over 2,300 people registered. We've had, to date, about 30,000 people who've actually seen that summit online. From an idea that who thought sustainability was cool to, it's probably one of the coolest things there is. The summit brought together bright minds and subject matter experts to develop actionable strategies that will help Hawaii Island address issues regarding renewable energy, sea level rise, threats to our reef, climate change, and so much more. Through that summit, we learned that there were so many amazing organizations and people right here on our island that are doing amazing things to move the needle on sustainability and furthermore to combat climate change, not only locally, but globally as well. That's when we heard about the opportunity to partner with TEDx as part of their Countdown series, a worldwide collaboration of communities, organizations, and municipalities who are working hard to combat climate change with a common understanding that we can change climate change. And we knew without a doubt that not only can, but we are currently doing just that from right here in our county. So once again, we reached out to the experts, many of whom you'll see today on the screen. This amazing, well-rounded group, picked by an objective panel, is a great representation of how local insights can and will grow global solutions. From coral reef to architecture and design, we'll hear some amazing talks presented by amazing people who are doing amazing things. Moving forward, our administration is committed to not stopping at summits or talks, but instead to putting these great ideas into action and moving the barriers for those who are already doing so. This last week, we got the results back of a request for information on climate change activities, things that will sustain our island, things like energy, creating energy-saving procurement contracts, things about what we're doing on recycling, on quality of life, and we're excited to put those plans into action as well. Our island faces many challenges, including lack of housing, old and decrepit infrastructure, a decline in the tourism industry, rising cost of living, the list goes on. But we are confident that by working together, by listening to each other, by sharing ideas worth spreading, we'll be able to find long-lasting solutions and create a vibrant and resilient Hawaii Island for our keiki and their keiki to come. With that, I would like to send a special mahalo to Kate Logan, Noel Marin, Harvey Stone, Micah Alameda, Ilihia Gionson, Cyrus Jonathan, and Aleo TV for leading the charge on organizing this awesome event and for their commitment to sharing our local insights with our global audience. Today, we will join millions of nations, states, municipalities, organizations, and people around the world who are doing their part to change climate change for today, tomorrow, and centuries to come. Mahalo, and enjoy the TED Talks.
Mayor Mitch Roth, everybody. Mahalo, Mayor, for bringing us together, giving folks the opportunity to share all the things that we're about to hear. Whoops. There we go. So we're here at Mauna Lani, and there's a reason that we chose this place to do this today. Mauna Lani finds itself at the center of 5 great mountains. And there's just something about the majesty of these mountains, the energy they all attract, that makes this a very special place. And it's been that way for generations. There was one gentleman who 2 of our speakers are going to talk about, Senator Kenneth Brown, and he finds his roots, his Ohana's roots, here in this place. And we'd like to thank Mauna Lani for their support of this event today. They do a great job at Malama. One program in particular is their Turtle Independence Program that they've done for many years, and we have a short video about that we'd like to show at this time.
Turtles are one of the most ancient animals on Earth. You know, before dinosaurs, we had sea turtles here.
My name is P.E. You can call me the Turtle Guy.
We've been releasing turtles here at Mauna Lani for 30 years. Turtle Independence Day. And the program is all based on awareness and education. You know, the most important thing in nature is balance. Sea turtles, since they've been here so long, they're such an important environmental indicator on the health of our ocean. When you got sea turtles out there, you know you have a healthy reef, a healthy ocean. Malama honu, malama honua. In taking care of the turtles, we're taking care of the world.
Mahalo nui, Mauna Lani. I saw the general manager here earlier, Sanjeev. Mahalo for joining us. Hey, there you are. Aloha. You know, Mauna Lani is just one of the great sponsors that brought today's event into fruition and into reality. A very diverse group too. You know, from Hawaiian Electric to Mauna Lani, neighboring resort Mauna Kea. We have the education sector with Hawaii Preparatory Academy, Kamehameha Schools, which is an educational institution and also a steward of a whole lot of Aina and natural resources. KTA Superstores, one of the pioneers in connecting local people with local food, and a whole host of other great sponsors who we're going to meet through the day. But we all came here to hear the speakers. Now we have 10 of them, and you know, as we were kind of going through and figuring out how to set this thing up, the challenge of it was every talk, every speaker was so brilliant, so strong. It was such a huge task to figure out who goes first, who goes next, who goes last. They were just all so strong. What we landed on, I'm going to tell you in a minute, because first, we have a brief video with all 10 of our speakers. So I want to share that with you now, and then we'll get to our very first TED Talk here at TEDxCounty of Hawai'i. So let's go ahead and see that video of all the speakers.
Join the countdown and nanai ke kumu. Look to the source.
Solving climate change is not about proposing a return to caveman times. It's about all of us acting like astronauts on spaceship Earth and being smart about managing our resources at a self-contained planetary level.
I humbly believe in efforts to adapt to a changing climate. We need to all find our place, wherever that may be.
To tackle climate change, we need science as a tool and communities as a force.
We're all islanders on island Earth. We're all indigenous to this planet. It's not too late to make the changes we so desperately need to solve the climate crisis. And it will take each and every one of us thinking like an islander to make that happen.
Until we learn to value the intangible as much as we value the tangible, we will repeat the same mistakes.
A return to the old normal is unsustainable, unjust, and inequitable.
Tomorrow's Ahupua'a is an approach that looks to honor the past, the traditions, values, practice, and aspirations of our kupuna.
Hawaii practices on Hawaii landscapes is only going to be revealed if we talk story with people in our families and people in our communities, not about what we're interested in, but what lights their fire.
Who are you and who is this space to you? And what is this space worth? And imagine that your life is going to go on and on and on for 500 years. What do you want to see at the end of your life? Yeah, that's what we call aloha. It's not that complex.
That is what we call aloha. It's not that complex, but it really is. I'm floored by the caliber of speakers who chose to join us. I know you all will be too as we watch them. And I wanted to start with a dear friend of mine, someone who has worked to advance the idea that the world needs to think like islanders to save the world. She's done this as a diplomat on behalf of the United States internationally at the United Nations. She's done it as climate change advisor to President Barack Obama. She does it today as the leader of Hawaii Green Growth, Hawaii's local 2030 hub to really implement the SDGs at the local level, and co-secretariat of the local 2030 Islands Network, which bridges the wisdom of islands around the world to move us closer to those 2030 goals. And so it brings me immense pride to kick off today's TEDxCounty of Hawai'i with a talk from Celeste Connors entitled, Think Like an Islander to Save the Planet.
I was 17 years old, paddling in a Hawaiian outrigger canoe race, far out in the ocean. It was a rough day, and the wind whipped against our paddles, threatening to rip them out of our hands. Seat 3 and 4 weren't even paddling. Their bodies were draped over the ama, the outrigger, pressing desperately against the swell that just a moment ago nearly flipped our canoe. Just 1 hour earlier on shore, our coach read the weather conditions and encouraged us to capture the energy from the wind into our arms, into our every stroke, and imagine that there was a bubble surrounding our canoe within which there was peace and calm. We were in the lead, and the other women in my canoe were skilled and committed to their roles. Our steerswoman would navigate us through the storm. Seats 3, 4, and 5, the power seats, would drive us upright and forward. I was in seat 1, the stroker, and with seat 2, we set the pace. Too fast, the crew would burn out. Too slow, we wouldn't reach our destination. As we rounded the buoy, we could see the chaos unfolding before us. Several canoes had flipped over and small heads bobbed in the deep ocean. The escort boat seemed miles away, and my heart was racing. At that moment, all that existed was our canoe, my teammates, and the threat. And this was our world. The world was in danger. Tightening my grip, I thrust my paddle into the water as we came out of the turn. He wa'a he moku he wa'a. The canoe is an island. The island is a canoe. This Hawaiian proverb highlights the finite resources of our shared canoe and has powerful resonance today. We are in one canoe, and that canoe is island Earth. This concept is familiar to all of us living in Hawaii. It builds on more than 1,000 years of ancient wisdom, even as it comes as a new idea for the rest of the world. Master navigator Nainoa Thompson talks about Hawaii being the starlight, leading the world towards the balance, using a legacy of indigenous knowledge multiplied by great science. And this vision has captured the imagination of the world at a time that the Earth is at a dangerous crossroads. Our canoe is about the resources and the supplies we take with us on our journey, as well as the people. And on that day out in the ocean, it was about the 6 women in my canoe working together to navigate difficult conditions. And today the world faces immense challenges, from climate change and global pandemics, severe weather events, to the threat of economic collapse. You've heard this all before, and you might be feeling just a little bit helpless. Because islands, including the Hawaiian Islands, are particularly vulnerable to these threats. And yet the world's major economies, not islands, are the ones calling the shots at the climate talks. If islanders were sitting at the table, at the climate negotiations, I believe the outcome would be radically different. And this is why. If you want to address the climate crisis and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs, then you need to think and act like an islander through island values. And today I'm going to tell you how thinking and acting like islanders on island Earth will lead us through the climate crisis. I grew up on an island. I was raised in Manuwili Valley in the Ahupua of Kailua on the island of Oahu, home to ancient sites, agricultural lands, native and endangered plants and animals, historic roads, wetlands, and streams. Growing up in Hawaii, you get used to managing certain misperceptions, like my 5th grade pen pal from Minnesota who asked if I lived in a shack on the beach. No. That would cost like $24 million. People from Hawaii can't afford to live on the beach. But what does it mean to think and act like an islander? Islanders are good at cooperating because they have to be. In part, it's because we depend on each other, but also because we can't get away from one another. In Hawaii, we refer to our elders as auntie and uncle. As a kid in Hawaii, you're never entirely sure who your real aunties and uncles are, and eventually it becomes a bit awkward to ask. But aunties and uncles are everywhere, helping to raise us, instilling island values into our actions, and keeping an eye out on us. Living on an island and growing up on an island, there's a big chance that you'll be working with somebody who didn't choose you for the 7th grade dodgeball team. You might also be finding yourself serving on a board with the former president of your school, so you better get good grades. Islanders are also good at cooperating because they can see the edge of their resources. And you retreat on an island, you quickly hit the other side. So cooperation is an imperative because your very survival might depend on it. Despite their finite resources, Native Hawaiians supported a population of up to 1 million people prior to European contact through sustainable resource management. And these self-sufficient communities, or ahupua'a, managed resources to ensure abundance for future generations. It's what you might call the original circular economy. And from this physical reality, island values were forged, such as malama, to steward, and kuleana, responsibility, and aloha. Children growing up in an island are taught that they are only as healthy as the earth, and if they take care of the land will take care of them. They know what they do in the watershed affects the coral reef and the communities in between. In 1973, Hawaii State Senator Kenneth Brown described malama as an imperative, that each transaction with each other, society, and nature must meet the test of malama at all times without exception. And these are island values that underpin an approach to development that focuses on future generations. It's not only Hawaii where we're seeing this leadership. Micronesian leaders have made a commitment to steward their land and water resources through the Micronesia Challenge. And this, in turn, has inspired the Caribbean Challenge. It was around this time that I started to work as the Director of Climate Change and Environment at the National Security Council. I'd been on a journey since leaving home for college, serving as a diplomat for the United States government overseas, in Germany, in Greece, the United Nations, and Saudi Arabia. Leaving Hawaii was an adjustment. As a college freshman, I was automatically placed in the International Orientation Program with the foreign students. As a young diplomat in Germany, my inclination was to hug people I greeted until I got told off and quickly mastered my firm handshake. At the White House during that time, we started to focus on climate change as an emerging security threat. We were trying to create a global development agenda to follow the Millennium Development Goals, which were set to expire in 2015. Thinking like an islander, I prioritized collaboration, and we convened people from across government so that their specialties could guide our discussions with other countries. And from this collaborative effort, the Sustainable Development Goals emerged and were agreed to by all members of the United Nations. The challenge before us now is how to achieve the 17 goals within this decade. These goals encourage us to see the connection in between climate change and development and address the climate crisis within a broader system that manages trade-offs between food security and housing, natural resources, clean energy, and access to affordable transportation. And it's these in-between spaces that can be messy and complicated and require cooperation. Simply put, the SDGs are the new economic, social, political system, the modern ahupua'a, and we need to think like islanders to achieve them. Hawaii is leading the way. It's delivering against the global goals at the local level. It has its own approach to sustainability, the Aloha Plus Challenge, that predates the SDGs. The community came together, identified goals, developed metrics to track progress, and now a network of over 150 individuals and institutions collectively steward this commitment. They look at progress and they mobilize action. What Hawaii has developed through a community-driven process is a model that can be adapted elsewhere. In fact, other islands are already doing this. I actually had to leave my island home in order to fully appreciate the power of Hawaii and island values to change hearts and minds and thus behavior. The key to this is a concept I call a host culture kid, borrowing from the idea of a third culture kid. Now, third culture kids spend their developmental years in a foreign culture. They have distinct interpersonal behaviors, work-related norms, and codes of lifestyle. To put it another way, they can speak 3 languages, but they can't tell you what a Twinkie is. I'm a hybrid of a third culture kid. I'm a host culture kid. Growing up in Hawaii, island values and context significantly shape the way I view the world. For example, before I moved to Boston and experienced my first snowmageddon, I was actually convinced that I got frostbite at Volcano National Park in 4th grade. It was seriously cold. But host culture values of respect and inclusion influenced my personal behaviors and my professional behavior, whether it was working on a climate negotiation at the National Security Council or the SDGs. And certain policies that seemed obvious to me were probably a result of my teaching from my elders, teaching me responsibility, or kuleana, to care for the earth. So how can those of us who haven't been as lucky to grow up in Hawaii under the watchful eye of Auntie and an abundance of spam embrace island values to become host culture kids and responsible islanders on island earth? Well, something profound happens when astronauts see Earth from space for the first time. They describe a cognitive shift in awareness called the overview effect. And this occurs when you are so far away that you become completely overwhelmed by the fragility and the unity of life on our planet. It provides a sense of understanding the big picture. Astronaut Ron Guerin described Earth as a stunning island that protects all life from the harshness of space. Well, hopefully this image is enough to help you feel like an islander on island Earth. Or we can book you all flights on the next space flight with Captain Kirk. I hear there are some seats that are still available. In 1945, Hawaii submitted a bid to host the United Nations in Waimanalo. Imagine Secret Service agents in aloha shirts and slippers shuttling world leaders to meetings. Imagine the gridlock. Actually, the traffic's pretty bad in Waimanalo without those diplomats. And the Honolulu Police Department would need to hustle to track down officials with unpaid parking tickets. But they made a strong case for Hawaii. Hawaii is several thousand miles from the nearest national capital and far removed from the potentially explosive situations around the world, thus promoting an objective view of them. Hawaii fits the role of a neutral, centrally located international capital more perfectly than any other place in the world. And here also is Pearl Harbor, which would be a perpetual reminder of what mankind can achieve in amity between races, but what can befall without a check on ruthless power. Here's also a community charged to a high degree with the spirit that must guide the world into permanent ways of peace, is what the submission said. And this reminds me of a story my friend Pono Shim shared about his Auntie Pilahi Paki, who in 1970 envisioned a world in conflict that would look to Hawaii for healing. The world would turn to Hawaii as they searched for the key because Hawaii had the key, and that key is aloha. Imagine for a moment that the United Nations was located in Hawaii and that island values were inherent in every decision, every interaction made by world leaders. Would we be struggling to address the climate crisis? While we don't have the UN headquarters, today Hawaii is one of the first United Nations Local 2030 sustainability hubs and has a vibrant ecosystem of island institutions. And you, the Keiki of Hawaii. We are all islanders on island Earth. We are all indigenous to this planet. It's the only one we have. As soon as we put malama, stewardship, at the center of everything we do, Malama for each other. Malama for our resources. Malama for our planet. We'll be able to turn things around. It's not too late to make the changes we so desperately need. And it will take each and every one of us thinking like an islander to make that happen. Mahalo.
We're all islanders on island Earth. Mahalo, Celeste, for your wise words and for joining us here today. Yeah, it deserves a round of applause for sure. Celeste talked about the ahupua'a, right? This idea, this construct of having all your resources right where you need them. Also inherent in the concept of ahupua'a is that what happens mauka, what happens up by the ridge, affects makai. It affects things down at the reef. And so when we apply this model of thinking to things, we understand that the carbon we emit here, the trash that we drop here, can have real impacts around the world. And the next video I want to share with you is from a young woman named Nikki Montenegro. She's a student at Hawaii Preparatory Academy, and she's taken it upon herself to do a project about irresponsibly discarded plastic. And from around the world, it ends up here on Hawaii Island on one of our beaches. I won't give it away. Nikki can tell you more, and then she's going to come up and join me for a brief talk story. So.
Aloha, I'm Nikki Montenegro, and I'm an HPA student on the island of Hawaii. My passion is to try and eliminate single-use plastic consumption on the island of Hawaii and beyond. My ancestry is in Guatemala, but my home is here in Hawaii. I love spending time in the ocean and scuba diving, but it breaks my heart to see all this plastic affecting the beaches and the wildlife. I am here at Kamelamela Beach, unfortunately known as Plastic Beach, at the southernmost tip of the United States. We collected this plastic in less than 5 minutes. Plastics like these originate from fossil fuels that emit greenhouse gases that contribute to climate change. The larger plastic like this breaks down into little pieces called microplastics that look like this. All of these microplastics are horrible for the environment because a lot of wildlife eat these thinking it's food. I thought about the problem and came up with 2 easy solutions. One of them is to sell reusable water bottles at the airport and have a filling station so then visitors can buy them and use them their whole trip. My second solution is to put refilling stations at schools so students and teachers can bring their own water bottles and refill it there at school.
I have already begun to secure funding for a water refill station at my own school, an airport refill station, Hawaii branded reusable water bottles, and a vending machine to dispense them. Hopefully, in the near future, I will be able to put them at more locations around my island home. It is my greatest hope that this idea is utilized throughout the island and the state and will have a significant impact in this world.
This would save millions of water bottles from ending up in our landfills and our beaches. Together, we can change climate change and solve our problem of plastic.
Mahalo for joining the anti-plastic movement and helping me shape a future for Hawaii without single-use plastic water bottles.
Round of applause for Nikki Montenegro, who I'm privileged to be talking story with here today. Aloha, Nikki. Aloha. Uh-oh, we got to get you a mic that works. Here you go. I'll give you mine.
Thank you.
There we go. All right. So, Nikki, thanks for joining us. So when Nikki came up on stage, I asked her, so you're like a junior, a senior? She said, no, 8th grade. I don't remember what I was doing at 8th grade. I wasn't doing that, for sure. So, Nikki, tell us about how you kind of first found out about Kamilo Beach and the plastic problem there.
Well, yeah, so I learned that all of the currents kind of bring a lot of wood to Kamilo Beach, and since so much trash is getting thrown in the ocean, that it's also getting collected at plastic Kamilo Beach. And so I went there and, collected some plastic for myself and recorded this video.
Well, that's amazing. And, that part where you said you showed your pile of plastic that you collected, and that was only 5 minutes of collecting, should be shocking to you, to me, and to everybody watching this. The fact that there's that much stuff just loose in our environment, floating around so that the currents can pick it up. So how did you decide to do something about it?
Well, I love the ocean so much. It's been one of my passions since I was little. I love swimming. I love scuba diving. And I started seeing so much trash and how it's hurting our animals and our marine life. And it kind of just broke my heart to see all of that. So I really wanted to do something about it and help our Earth.
Well, that's awesome. Nikki, thanks for all that you do. Thanks for joining us here today and for sharing. And thanks for inspiring folks
Thank
to
you
care
so
and make a
much.
difference. Give it up for Nikki, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. So before we let Nikki go, I just want to introduce our next TED Talk. Another young person from the island of Hawaii, Keikioka Aina, chemist, surfer, journalist, an all-around awesome guy, Dr. Cliff Kapono. And he's going to talk about how finding your place can help save our planet. So, Nikki, you found your place at Kamilo. You saw the problem. It inspired that passion. And now you're on a mission to save the planet. Mahalo for your inspiration. And for even more inspiration, we're going to turn it over now to Dr. Cliff Kapono.
So growing up here in Hawaii, I spent a lot of time out in nature, kind of alone. And I'm not sure if it was mostly because I was weird or I didn't have too many friends, but being alone in nature, especially as a young person, I think it's really easy to be living in the present, not too much worry about the future, especially when you're young. But in these times when I was alone, in these special places across our islands, I began to reflect on who I was, naturally asking questions of identity, and eventually leading into things like, where did I come from? And in these quiet moments, being alone out in nature, I would think about my ancestry and maybe longing for some friends in those moments. I would start to think about the ancestry of other people across the planet. And I remember being really young at one point and thinking about other people's histories. And I enjoyed believing that everyone on this planet has an ancestor who at one point had a very strong and intimate connection to a place. No matter what their origins or ancestries are or where they come from, there was that ancestor and is that ancestor who is intimately connected. And in those moments, I also acknowledged that there came a point in these ancestors' lifetime where they needed to reevaluate this connection to where they come from. And I also recognized that there are some ancestors who didn't have the opportunity to decide whether they should stay or leave the place that they're connected to. But irregardless, the event happened, which led to this mass migration of the human population across our planet. And oftentimes, these ancestors severed this connection to a specific place. And when I think about the ancestors in that frame of mind, I look back at the great fortune I have of knowing my own ancestry. And it helps me to acknowledge that there are those who have ancestors which never relinquish that connection to a specific place. There are those who continue to connect with a place as the individual. And this philosophy or this perspective, I believe, is very common throughout many indigenous communities on the planet, and very much so across these islands of Hawaii, which are a very strong perspective here on Hawaii Island. And growing up, when I was asked, "Who are you?" I was taught a very simple and short response. He Hawaii au. I am Hawaii. I am both the person and the place. Without either, neither can exist. I'm intimately connected to my natural island nation. He Hawaii au. I am Hawaii. And as Hawaii, in these moments of quietness, I experience time in very unique ways. As Hawaii, I feel a deep sense of pride knowing that my oceans can support not only sustenance, but also opportunity for recreation and leisure. As Hawaii, I feel a deep sense of gratitude knowing that I support one of the most biodiverse ecosystems on Earth. As Hawaii, I am proud to belong to a community of both human and non-human members who are looking to find balance on this planet. And in the same note, as Hawaii, I feel a deep sense of violation when my waters are diverted. I feel a deep sense of pain when ill-planned coastal development infrastructure is established. I feel a great sense of worry when I recognize indigenous perspective being overcome by colonial agendas. I don't know if I can support the habitat as I once did. I don't know if I can remediate the mismanaged waste as I once could. I fear I'm no longer able to provide the food security as I once did. Most of the time it feels I am but a bystanding character in a game which celebrates individuality outside of nature. And as Hawaii, recognizing that I'm just a small island nation in the middle of a large ocean, I understand that there are others just like me who are experiencing similar situations and feelings. There are those across our world who are experiencing ocean acidification, irregular weather patterns, and development far beyond anything that has ever existed in the history of our species. And we're all trying to figure out how do we overcome and adapt to these changes that we don't believe we're a part of. And the only people or individuals who I believe are unaware of what's happening are those who have never reestablished that connection to place. Which is why I am proposing an opportunity to begin to facilitate our own perspectives in a way to which we are reconnected back to a place, any place. Find a place and reconnect. I believe that this philosophy will provide a more regenerative approach to life and far less extractive of this disconnected idea that we are separate from a place. And I also believe that this philosophy of being connected to a place will provide opportunity for asking new questions, to hopefully find new answers of how to adapt in this ever-changing world. Questions such as, does the ocean change my genetic code as a human the more I enter into it? My research suggests yes. Can we find new ways to understand disease infection based upon the resiliency of our native coral species? My research suggests yes. Do indigenous perspectives and native stories have a role in providing opportunity for adaptation in climate change? My research suggests yes. And can this idea of humans being connected to a place and inseparable from a place bring us to better protect our planet? Instead of waiting for one researcher or a team of scientists to find out the answers, why don't we try to answer this together? Because one day, I will be back alone in nature, but I will also be among the ancestors. And hopefully then, I will be able to see Hawaii live on, the people, the place, and the perspective. He Hawaii'o mau au mau. Thank you.
He Hawaii'o mau au mau. Mahalo, Dr. Cliff Kapono, for sharing that reflection, that introspection. There are a lot of folks out there who think about this stuff a lot, who ponder where we're from, why we're here, all of that stuff. Enough so that there's a whole segment of today's program kind of around that topic. And so next up, I would like to feature our very first winner of the County of Hawaii Sustainable Achievement Award. And it was awarded to a group that has done, a family and a foundation that has done so much work in research, in preserving the chants and the stories, to help understand, to help kind of unravel all of these things. And so at this time, I'd like to introduce our very first winner of the County of Hawaii Sustainable Achievement Award, the Edith Kanakaole Foundation. If we can roll that video.
We want to integrate the knowledge that our kupuna passed down to us into how we organize ourselves in this island environment.
We are handing out another one of our Mayor's Sustainability Achievement Awards to the Edith Kanakaole Foundation for all the wonderful work that you guys have been doing in working with our kids, bringing back our culture, and making sure that our tourists understand the culture. You're connecting our kids, you're connecting the tourists, and when people feel connected to a place, they take better care of a place. And for me, sustainability is that ability to create an environment that our kids want to raise their kids in.
Mission of the Edith Kanakaole Foundation is to heighten Hawaiian intellect in all parts of our community. Is to heighten Hawaiian consciousness by integrating cultural education in all aspects of our society today, whether it be education or land management or commercial endeavors. Keep us started, with just us as community members just being in our places, like our beaches and our wahipana, and then seeing the influx of visitors and seeing them get inaccurate information and poor information and insufficient where the connection of place isn't there. Well, this is an attempt for us to reorganize the operations of our visitor industry so that they're better equipped and better connected to the place. And so when the operators share that information, the visitors go back with a better sense of place, and they go back more enlightened about how to connect to their Aina.
This is just an opportunity for us to be able to expand some of that generational knowledge forward, and maybe some to our visitors, as well as to connect to community. And hopefully what we can create is more of a cohesive regard for this sense of place. Not only the choreography or the movements of hula, but also the ceremonies and the arts and crafts that are surrounding around hula. And I think that that's what makes our halau special, is that we try to ensure that each of these crafts live on alongside this choreography. And so within our practice of halau kekuhi, it's to be able to include not necessarily just these motions and just these dances, but also all of the knowledge base that is embedded within hula itself. And for us, halau kekuhi is that continuation and that transference of knowledge from generation to generation.
We want to try and pass down to everybody through this program is, belong somewhere, belong to a place and enhance it.
Our culture, this Hawaiian culture, the beautiful things that we do to sustain, that we've always had, being able to share that with the world is really amazing. So mahalo. Thank you guys so much.
I appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Kuha'o, to Luka, and the entire ohana over at the Edith Kanakaole Foundation. There was once a time where you couldn't imagine a group of cultural practitioners like that getting involved in the visitor industry at all. And there was also a time where a Native Hawaiian had never led the Hawaii Tourism Authority. But here we are. We're in different times, and so without too much further ado, I do want to introduce our next speaker of our next. John DeFries is a Kama'aina of Waikiki and of here in Kona. After a long career in the visitor industry, starting as a tour director and sort of moving through, he is currently the president and chief executive officer of the Hawaii Tourism Authority, making some radical changes there. When I began this adventure of preparing for this event today, we were working together every now and then, but as of last week, I'm the new public affairs officer at the Hawaii Tourism Authority, and so I'd better do my boss justice as I introduce him. But John DeFries is going to talk about remembering our future. And so I'll leave it at that, and we'll go ahead and watch John DeFries' TED Talk.
Hello, mai kako. My name is John DeFries, President and CEO of the Hawaii Tourism Authority, here today to speak to you as a child of this island, where my family's genealogy can be found on both my mother and my father's side. My maternal grandmother taught me something really important that I'll share with you at this time, and it pertained to the proverbial question, is the glass half full or half empty? A question that she actually thought was adolescent and somewhat arrogant. In her mind, and the lesson she wanted me to learn, was that the glass has always been 100% filled, half with the air we breathe, half with the fresh water we drink, and 100% of it is filled with light. And the importance of that was that I needed to learn how to value those things which were intangible the way I value things that are tangible. Because all three of these elements, breath, water, life, are all life-giving elements. And our ancestors, she reminded me, referred to that which we breathe as ha, and the waters we drink, vai. And E was a reference to the spirit or the light in the glass. And so in this very proverbial metaphor, in this lesson, is the very identity of who we are as an island, as a people, as a society, and as an entire state. And that lesson was given to me once by her. She is a child of Kealiikanakaoleohaililani Bay in the village of Ka'awaloa in South Kona. She had a beautiful Hawaiian name that literally meant the mysteries of the universe, which as a child enabled me to appreciate both the modern science and technological advances found in daily life, as well as understanding that Hawaiians in our cosmological origins trace ourselves back to a place called Po, which I've deducted is that darkness, that source of unending creation that preceded the Big Bang. And elements of that can be found in the first two lines of our creation chant, the Kumulipo, where heat altered the fundamental space. And essentially in line 2, the cosmos turned itself inside out. When you show a modern astronomer or physicist these first two lines, what they think of is the Big Bang, okay? And these lessons by Grandma were given here at a place called Po'o, Hawaii, in Kahalu'u Kona. That cottage no longer stands there, but the pond does. And on the left side of the pond, back in 2006, I was sitting and having breakfast with my longtime friend, Pualani Kanahele, who at that time in 2006 embarked upon a body of work referred to as Papaku Makavalu, or a deeper understanding of the Kumulipo, those first two lines that I just showed you. The Kumulipo is the beginning of a Hawaiian understanding of our cosmological origins. It is where we came from, it is where humanity came from, it is where all of life came from. And this will give you a sense of where this fits in the historical timeline relative to Darwin's work as well. What Pua's work reminded us is that in the Hawaiian world, there were three houses of ancestral knowledge. Knowledge of the cosmos, knowledge of the earth and the planet, and knowledge of all living systems and ways of life on the planet and throughout the universe. It gave me a deeper appreciation that this island, in its uniqueness, was a portal to the cosmos, given the fact that we have the best Earth-based astronomical center on the planet. We had a portal to the core of the Earth, which expresses itself consistently at the volcanoes. We also live in a place that has some of the most diverse climate zones, excluding only polar tundra and Sahara. And we have a wealth of indigenous knowledge in a future filled with science and technological advances. These two gentlemen came to Hawaii first as visitors. And back in August of 2015, I spent 2.5 hours over lunch in what turned out to be not only an awesome experience, but really a mind-opening opportunity for the youngest in the group, myself, to be with Gordon Moore, the founder of Intel, upon which Moore's Law is built, and Earl Bakken, Medtronics. I believe at that time Earl was age 91, now deceased, and Gordon Moore was age 87. What struck me about these two men, who basically altered the way we enjoy modern life today, everything we understand as digital technology, in part was built on platforms that Intel and Gordon Moore helped to pioneer. And Earl Bakken is the co-inventor of the pacemaker and the creator of the company Medtronics in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Between these two men, it was as if I was sitting with Henry Ford and Thomas Edison, and in the course of that lunch, I realized that they were the equivalent of their generation's version of those inventors. My point being that these two men came first as visitors and then eventually relocated here to spend the final years of their lives. They were at the forefront of what has become a move toward the Kohala Coast in particular on island of Hawaii, of leaders of thought, leaders of global corporations, inventors, innovators who have found something on this island that gives them a sense of connection and a sense of joy. So now at the Tourism Authority, we're embarked upon a vision and a mission at this time critical to the reopening and the relaunch of Hawaii's economy. When I stepped into this role in September of 2019, I inherited a strategic plan with 4 pillars that you can see before you. Part of that execution of that plan required us to go into every island community to develop destination management action plans, which essentially is intended to give communities a voice in describing, in defining, in co-inventing a model of tourism that they feel is suitable for their community. Something that could actually sustain a way of life and the economy of these island communities. And here on Hawaii Island, that destination management action plan is not only completed, but the first phase of a 3-year phase is now underway with actionable items, priorities that have been established, and a schedule of funding that we are responsible at the Tourism Authority for furnishing. What we have also discovered in this process is that we need to refine our strategic plan thinking, that not only are we on a track toward responsible tourism, but we have an obligation to now refine it and bring a focus to a regenerative model of tourism. One that is seeking to balance the economics of our industry with the well-being, the health, the resiliency of our communities and our natural resources. To help us, we have relationships established with folks like Aina Aloha Economic Futures. In June 2020, the board at HTA signed this declaration, basically making it a signatory to a declaration on a community-driven process that Aina Aloha is responsible for. In the strategic plan, it identifies Hawaii Green Growth, the public-private partnership and backbone organization of the Aloha Plus Challenge. 6 goals in sustainability to be achieved by the year 2030. Here you see a snapshot of the dashboard because you need to be able to monitor and measure anything that we are trying to change and manage. And this dashboard is evolving. What's important to know is that Hawaii Green Growth and the Aloha Plus Challenge preceded the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations by roughly 15 months. These 17 goals clearly outlined provide the global agenda under which Hawaii Green Growth as a local 2030 hub of the United Nations is unleashing and driving a local agenda that will fit firmly into this worldwide agenda developed by the UN. When I saw this image, it made me realize that tourism actually, instead of being the antithesis of a diversified economy, could actually drive diversification if we brought an intense focus into the 17 goals outlined in the UN's Sustainable Development Agenda, and would be consistent with the commitment that we have made to the Aloha Plus Challenge and Hawaii Green Growth. All of this brings me back to one of my mentors. This is a descendant of the High Chiefs of Kohala on this island, Kenneth Brown, who said one day to all of us, what Hawaii needs is a dream. And he encouraged us to dream big. And at that time in his career, Kenneth was the board chairman of each of these organizations that you see before you. If you have any idea of what the individual missions are for these organizations, you will know that in order to chair the board, you have to have the bandwidth, a sense of imagination, a sense of connection, the ability to interweave it into a coherent vision of what the future might look like. And one of the visions he saw was something he called the global village. And he launched 4 conversations around Native Hawaiian priorities at Kapikolokahe, health and wellness, which resulted in part to the North Hawaii Community Hospital. He envisioned the Center for a Sustainable Future, and this goes back to conversations in 1991. And he also understood the importance of recognizing the cultural uniqueness of every country and every people on the planet. That we could not walk around the world perceiving that everybody in the world thinks like Americans. And he cautioned us about this. And Dialogue of Civilizations was a means by which to emphasize that we needed to make a cultural connection with one another before we made transactional agreements. And this would affect the geopolitical environment of the world and result in much more cooperation and better collaboration among the nations of the world. So when you add all of this up, the Sustainable Development Goals, Aina Aloha Economic Futures, Hawaii Green Growth, you have the vision of Kenneth Brown, and you take a look at a distant model in Davos, Switzerland every year, where heads of state, philanthropists, global CEOs, thought leaders, artists, all of these classifications were embodied in the Kenneth Brown vision of the global village. And every year, when this event occurs in Davos, I think of Kenny. And so is the dream a Davos of the Pacific on the Kohala Coast? Annually, instead of focused wholly on the economics of the world, focused purely on sustainability, focused on modern science and technology, focused on indigenous wisdom and traditional practices. Is that opportunity before us? And who would be interested in this? If your organization is on this list, it's because you're already doing this work. And we need to get out of our silos, and we need to stop treating this as a series of one-offs and start to weave the minds, the intent, the outcomes into something meaningful for Hawaii Island, for the state of Hawaii, for Asia Pacific, and the world. And I suggest that it comes in the form of an annual forum that brings the brightest, the best intentioned, the most innovative, and those who are prepared to serve a higher purpose for humanity. A number of these people are already here. Genealogically, they arrived generations ago, and some arrived in years recent. We will find a way to invite them into this space. The frequency of meeting annually is essential to having Hawaii Island recognized as an innovations platform upon which the best of technologies related to sustainability can be developed, applied at scale, and exported. And that will help drive our new economy. That will help us fulfill this mantra and this obligation of caring for our beloved home. Thank you.
Already. So I thought of a couple of ways to do this next transition. One is that, John mentioned tourism could be a driver of diversification rather than the antithesis of diversification. And an example of that having already happened is the Hawaii regional cuisine movement, where local chefs took it upon themselves to cook with as many local ingredients as possible, changing the face of farming, changing the landscape of farming, if you will, and increasing our food security, which we still have a lot of work to do on. But that's one example of the visitor industry being able to drive that diversification. So that was one transition I thought of. The other one is that one of my favorite SDGs is SDG 2, to end hunger, and we're getting pretty close to lunchtime. So for those of you joining us in person, we do have some me'ai over there on the side. For those of you at home, please enjoy the food that you have provided yourself. And the reason I talk about food now is because our next Sustainability Achievement Award winner is doing great things in the area of ulu, or breadfruit. It's one of our native plants that can provide a lot of food to a lot of people. We used to have a lot more of it growing than we do now. These folks are working to bring that back and to aggregate it, to get it into a place where it's accessible to restaurants, to consumers. I have several bags of ulu in my freezer ready to drop into my next batch of beef stew. And the Ulu Co-op is a tenant of one of our sponsors, Kamelamela Schools, so mahalo nui to them. And so at this time, we'd like to run the video of the Sustainability Achievement Award given to the Hawaii Ulu Co-op.
Ulu's other meaning besides breadfruit is actually prosperity.
Right.
And sustainability is in fact prosperity.
Aloha! All right, so we are here with Dana Shapiro and Kyle Dada of the Ulu Co-op, and they're our next recipients for the Mayor's Sustainability Achievement Awards. And this award is really being given to the Ulu Co-op for all the amazing things you are doing in agriculture. It's not just ulu, although the breadfruit or ulu is the sustainability fruit. One tree, they say, can sustain a whole family, and it's something that goes all year round. You don't have to keep on replanting.
Ulu is so versatile in all of its development stages. When the fruit's really young, it's kind of like an artichoke heart and can be pickled or marinated. And then as it matures, as you mentioned, it's like a potato, and that's how it's most commonly eaten. But then as it ripens, it becomes fruity and sweet and can be eaten raw, actually, like a fruit, or incorporated into desserts, and we make a chocolate mousse. This is our flagship facility. We're located in South Kona. It's called the Honalo Marshalling Yard. And this is where we do pretty much all of our processing, aggregation, and product manufacturing.
You're bringing farmers together to not just do ulu, but other local foods such as taro. I know you're also working with kabocha. It's just amazing that you're able to bring all of our farmers together to help feed the people here in Hawaii.
To me, sustainability means being able to support ourselves with the resources that we have, and in a way that not only preserves the resource base, but enhances it, including make our communities.
It starts with caring for the people, caring for the planet, really addressing both climate adaptation and climate mitigation at the same time so that we're preserving our society. But also, I think it means prosperity and affordability. Prosperity for the farmers so that they can afford to have the dignity of their profession and the workers, and affordability for our people so we can have food that everyone can eat and access equitably.
In the sustainability world, I mean, we need everybody, right? We need all kinds of skills, we need all kinds of interest bases, so everyone has something to offer. It's really about just making that connection between what we need and what every person has to share.
We very much support agriculture that is regenerative, that extends our culture, that feeds our people. I want to mahalo all the farmers that have made the co-op possible now. We started at 4 or 5, and now we're over 100 in the space of less than 5 years. It's a true success story, but all the hard work comes from all the farmers out there. So we just want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Mahalo.
All right. Congratulations to the Hawaii Ulu Co-op. Their products are available direct from them in Hilo and Kona, available at some of our local grocery stores, certainly at our food hubs. Check them out. I do want to take some time to thank again our sponsors who made today possible. And if you're just tuning in, welcome to the premiere of TEDxCounty of Hawai'i. We're here at Mauna Lani. My name's Ilihia. Thanks for joining us. We want to thank our sponsors. We mentioned a few of them earlier. We want to thank Nicholson, Peisha Hawaii, KTA Superstores, Kamelamela Schools, SCP Hotels, Tingley Development, TNT Electric, Brew. I saw Matt's in here earlier. Hello, Matt's in. Elemental Accelerator, SSFM International, Interjex Renewable Energy, Arizona State University's Center for Global Discovery and Conservation Science, and we're going to be hearing from Dr. Greg Asner of that center in a little bit. Hawaii Green Growth, your local 2030 hub. Aloha Celeste. WCIT Architecture, home of Robbie Oppa, who we're going to be hearing from a little bit later. Andrew Richard Hara, one of my favorite photographers who captures stunning images of just the vibrance of this island. HPM Building Supply, BYD, Build Your Dreams. The Akaka Foundation for Tropical Forest, Dr. Katie Kamelamela, we're going to be hearing on her TED Talk in a little bit. Terraformation, Big Island Grown, Hawaii Marine Education and Research Center, Alau Ohia, the State of Hawaii Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, Vai Collective, AT&T, Kohala Ranch, and Bill Moore Planning. Mahalo nui to all of our sponsors and supporters who made this possible, as well as to our host, Mauna Lani. How about a round of applause for Mauna Lani? So, I specifically chose this time to remember our sponsors because next we're going to talk about our economy. And as we talk about our economy, we're going to talk about how the economy relates to climate change and how reimagining our economy can help us reverse some of the most catastrophic effects that are yet to come. This is a dear friend of mine, somebody I've looked up to for a long time, a true entrepreneur, visionary, and somebody who has so much aloha for this Aina. You heard Celeste talk about Aina Aloha Economic Futures. You heard John DeFries talk about it. And now one of the 14 original co-authors of the Aina Aloha Economics Futures Declaration, as well as the leader of Vai Collective. Our next TED Talk is brought to you by Mahina Paishon-Duarte, talking about indigenous-centered economies as the game changer.
A return to the normal is unsustainable. Let's face future and collectively restore Aina Aloha. Imagine this: white sandy beaches, perfect balmy weather, and surf experts that will take you out for a canoe ride and invite you for a surf lesson. This brand trifecta of sand, surf, and sun has made Hawaii the premier exotic destination for travelers seeking respite, recreation, and an opportunity to realize their fantasy of a hula dancer in a grass skirt with swaying hips, big smile, serving up cold, refreshing Mai Tais. But isn't that idyllic Hawaii, the one filled with generosity and aloha, supposed to be served up to any visitor? Because aloha is what I owe you as a paying traveler. Shouldn't aloha be available at one's beck and call? This may have been a version of Hawaii that was a part of my grandparents' generation. And don't get me wrong, not all of it was misappropriation of Hawaiian and local culture. But let's consider the cost of an over-reliant local economy, which depends on tourism as its #1 economic driver in the face of a global pandemic. Fact 1, according to a local news source, the median price for a single-family home on Oahu hit $992,500 in July 2021. That's way up from just the year before. The president of the Honolulu Board of Builders said this: "We're seeing these record high median sales prices because inventory in the affordable and mid-range brackets is dwindling." Fact 2, according to a recent economic report, Honolulu's cost of living is 88% higher than the national average when accounting for housing, groceries, utilities, and transportation. And as a Hawaii County community with 200,000 residents, we need to heed the tale of Honolulu's inaffordability and be vigilant about ensuring affordable living for Hawaii County residents by better understanding the root causes of current economic dysfunction that rewards conventional, unchecked economic growth at the expense of economic justice and equity. Fact 3, Carl Bonham, director of the Economic Research Organization at the University of Hawaii, and one of the state's top economists, is predicting that Hawaii will see a significant migration of residents to the continental US over the next 2 years as people seek jobs. He also stated at a recent legislative hearing to expect that Hawaii will recover from the pandemic slower than other states. The facts tell us this: sadly, the everyday working class resident is being outpriced of a fair and decent living. In this current economic downturn, one can easily feel despair. What possibly can be done? Perhaps we should quickly convert agricultural lands into affordable housing developments. Perhaps we should ask to loosen all travel restrictions to aid tourism in its recovery. Or perhaps we might return to indigenous wisdom and models to renew an economy towards innovation and resilience, shifting away from extractive consumerism that have resulted in a widening economic divide and disheartening environmental and cultural degradation. Our economy is the driver of climate change, and only by recalibrating our economy will we save our planet. Crisis opens the door to opportunity, and we have a rare opportunity to shift mindsets and advance plans for a stronger and more sustainable Hawaii, one founded on Aina aloha, a deep and abiding love for Hawaii's communities and natural environments. I'm here today to offer a new vision for economic transformation by sharing about a community-led initiative called Aina Aloha Economic Futures, which aspires to return to generative mindsets and the innovation of just and regenerative economies that minimize harm to the environment, fosters equity and justice, and are guided by Hawaii cultural principles. These principles are Aina Aloha. We are of and from this Aina that ultimately sustains us. We employ strategies for economic development that place our kuleana to steward precious, limited resources in a manner that ensures our long-term horizon as a viable island people and place. O Puali'i. Our leaders understand that their privilege to lead is directly dependent on those they serve, from the most vulnerable to the most privileged. We seek to regenerate an abundance that provides for everyone. Decision makers understand and embrace their duty and accountability to community. Our social, economic, and government systems engage and respond to a collective voice in integrative ways to balance power and benefit. Imi oi kela kela. We are driven by creativity and innovation, constantly challenging the status quo. We are mindful and observant of needs, trends, and opportunities, and seek new knowledge and development opportunities, in ways that enhance our way of life without jeopardizing our foundation of Aina Aloha. And finally, ho'okipa. We are inclusive and embrace the collective that will call Hawaii, our beloved Hawaii, home. Grounded in the fundamental understanding that it is our kuleana to control and manage our resources in a way that allows us to fulfill our role as hosts here in our beloved homeland. To achieve a new normal for Hawaii with thriving environments and equitable opportunities for our residents, we collectively call for investment in whole systems transformation. And through an ongoing process of community engagement, Aina Aloha Economic Futures is forwarding a community-created vision for our economy and empowering leadership accountable to that vision as we set a course together for a stronger Hawaii. We invite you to learn more about our 4-step process at ainaalohafutures.com. Through this process, we flipped the conventional top-down approach of gathering input for a bureaucratic top-heavy plan to a bottoms-up approach that was responsive, interactive, and nimble. We saw amazing, amazing results. To date, over 2,700 individuals and organizations have signed on to the declaration, and nearly 200 community proposals have been shared with possible solutions covering diverse sectors, such as sustainable and resilient food systems, creating circular economies, health and wellness, as well as community and participatory-based governance. Moreover, and to our surprise, Maui, Kauai, Honolulu, and Hawaii counties have all adopted the Aina Aloha Economic Futures Declaration by their respective county councils and are working to incorporate and integrate the principles and frameworks into county-level decision-making. We are also encouraged that the Hawaii Tourism Authority, the state agency responsible for managing tourism and balancing it with community and environmental well-being, adopted the declaration and worked the principles into their strategic plan. Grassroots communities and small businesses too have adapted and have improved upon the process to bring about enhanced community cohesion and priority goal setting. One such example is Hawaii Green Growth, our United Nations Local 2030 hub, applying both AAEF tools and the Aloha Plus Challenge in a massive public-private project to better care for the multiple ahupua'a that comprise the Alawai watershed, home to Waikiki. Again, you can learn more about the assessment tools and rubrics we developed at ainaalohafutures.com. We welcome organizations, agencies, and community coalitions to adapt these tools to help them align toward a more just, equitable, and resilient Aina Aloha future. But why change metrics or the tools for how we should measure? After all, how can we be sure this would have any long-lasting effect at all? I look to the nation of Bhutan, which transformed itself by measuring economic development by a gross national happiness index instead of by a gross domestic product index through its 4 pillars of sustainable and equitable socio-economic development, environmental conservation, preservation and promotion of culture, and good governance. I also look to the Organization for Economic Development and Cooperation, an internationally recognized organization that produced a Better Life Index that creates economic measures that gives greater credence to people's current and future well-being over how fast an economy's output, regardless of environmental or social harm that may be caused. In the context of an island community and an ailing island Earth, shouldn't we measure what really matters? We call for the development of a new, refined, enlightened dashboard informed by broad community input to help steer towards a collective vision of economic prosperity and to diminish unfavorable market forces and system conditions that lead to status quo injustice and inequities. We must act. So much is at stake. July 2021 was the hottest month ever recorded. According to NOAA, global temperatures in July 2021 were higher than any other July on record, making it likely the hottest month the world has ever seen since records began in 1880. 11% of all global greenhouse gas emissions caused by humans are due to deforestation, comparable to the emissions from all of the passenger vehicles on the planet. 800 million people, 11% of the world's population, is currently vulnerable to climate change impacts, such as droughts, floods, heat waves, extreme weather events, and sea level rise. And the projections for the effects of climate change on Hawaii's island ecosystems are even more dire. On most islands, increased temperatures coupled with decreased rainfall will reduce the amount of fresh water available for drinking and crop irrigation. Warmer oceans are already leading to increased coral bleaching and disease outbreaks and threatening fisheries. One thing is abundantly clear. More of the same profit maximization at all costs thinking and decision-making will create more of the same outcomes. I believe in our collective intelligence, and I believe in the ingenuity of my ancestors. Let's cease to evaluate our local economic position based on a continentally framed report card. Let's steer away from macroeconomic measures that translate to each business cutting costs to achieve the highest possible short-term profits with little regard to Aina and communities' health and resilience in the long term. Let's care for and understand Hawaii's complex political history as systems of American imperialism and white settler colonialism continue to promote modern cultural erasure of Native Hawaiians. Let's amplify and back accountable local leaders that will work to redesign systems that are failing the most vulnerable environments and ohana. So here's my call to adventure. To achieve a new normal for Hawaii with thriving environments and equitable opportunities for our residents, we as champions of the AAEF movement collectively call forth visible and accountable processes that honors local community leadership and input by forwarding a community-created Hawaii values-driven vision for our economy and empowering leadership accountable to that vision as we set a course together for Hawaii's transition, led and grounded by timeless Hawaii principles. In doing so, together, over time, we would achieve a collective vision of healthy environments and thriving communities by recalibrating behaviors and conditions that better reflect and mimic Aina. To close, I turn back the pages of my younger years. I too remember Waikiki, where the Beach Boys would take you on a canoe ride or let you use a rental longboard for a few additional hours, or aunties would give you a small snack because you were hanging out at the beach all day and looked like you never eat. So here's a part of the story, or reciprocity equation, that's lesser known. I would spend a good portion of my summers at Waikiki, yes, surfing and playing, but also to visit my hardworking grandmother at the iconic Moana Surfrider Hotel where she was employed. I was cared for and shown aloha, partly because my grandmother spoke to her friends and made sure that I was looked after, and partly because I showed respect to the kama'aina and kupa of Waikiki. I would help them put boards away or distribute boards to customers if it looked like they would benefit from extra kokua. Aloha was given because it was shared reciprocally. And more importantly, the exchange between humans reflected how the Aina and Kai of Manoa Ahupua'a worked in concert to sustain and regenerate itself. I know Hawaii can take on seemingly insurmountable complex challenges, even as the most geographically isolated set of islands in the world, so long as there is a unifying vision that calls upon our inherent gifts, excellence, and shared kuleana by all that call this place their beloved home. We know this is possible. The voyaging canoe Hokulea proved this to us in 1976 on her maiden voyage and every voyage thereafter. The people of Hawaii proved this when the vast majority of residents pitched in to make sure that at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, that neighbors had something to eat, kupuna were checked on, and once again, the community became the primary educators of our kamali'i, our youth. Let's work together, you and I, you and your neighbors, company to company, agency to agency, island to island, nation to nation around the world. Let's refocus on what really matters. Enduring, resilient health of our Aina reflected in our communities. Eia Hawaii, he lamaku, he Aina aloha.
Mahina concluded her talk with here is Hawaii, the beacon, the land that remembered aloha. Mahina talked about revisiting the principles of Aina to help inspire what our economy can be. And so what would a business that subscribed to those principles look like? How do you advance your own business, your own family, your own community economically, while also reinvesting, regenerating the Aina and that same community and the systems on it? It's not a hypothetical question. We actually have at least one example with our next Sustainability Achievement Award winner, Haloa Aina. So we're going to start our trek Mauka and go up to the slopes of Hualalai. So let's go ahead and meet Haloa Aina.
If you take care of the land will take care of you. I truly believe that this forest and this land has really benefited not only us in here in Haloa Aina, but to the community.
Aloha. Aloha. Here we are at Haloa Aina, beautiful hills of Kona, with the Lee family, the stewards of this land, presenting them with our very first Sustainability Achievement Award. 10 years ago, they took over this property that was once a dry land forest. It was pretty barren and just kind of like beige and gray. We're standing out in an area that's green and lush.
This land was taken from 150 years of cattle, which meant that all of the trees were cut in the 40s and 50s. Without the trees, you lose the rain. Without the rain, you have no water. The environment changed dramatically.
That picture from old is so unsaturated. You know, it's unsaturated with color, unsaturated with love. And now you come up here and you've got this lush forest. It's a vision that is easily pictured as hope.
It's really nice to see. Every time we drive past, we're like, Yeah, those are my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, my mom, my brothers and sisters, my in-laws. They all came up and we all decided one day to plant trees so that they can see what the forest can offer.
When I think about stewardship, you think about the land that is your kuleana, your responsibility. So you look at what the land has to offer. Here, a bunch of dead sandalwood. That's what it was offered. What we've done here is to go back into the forest and remove all of the dead trees that were laying on the ground. And the dying trees, we grind them up, we make an oil.
You have to first remove its bark, then we run it through a chipper, and then we granulate that product and then we put it into a steam distillation process. And that goes into a separation tank bath. And we take that jar and we bring it into here. So this is what the oil looks like when it starts. This is what the oil looks like when it's finished. I know essential oil companies use this, perfume companies use this, medical industries companies use this.
The Hawaiians used to use the sandalwood to preserve their kapa, to kill lice in the hair, to kill kane, which is skin fungus, and ringworm. We like to use the oils in a therapeutic manner so that we continue that cultural heritage of what the tree was actually used for by the original people of this land. So what we try to do here is just through education, getting the children involved.
And it's taking kids out here and showing them what it takes to grow a tree, what it takes to see a forest thrive, to see what it takes to make a business more than just a business for making money, but a business to perpetuate the forest, to perpetuate the dream of what Haloaina stands for.
The Lee family, I just want to thank you so much. And everybody out there in the county, and just to let people know that this can be done. And we are so proud of this award. I can't thank you enough, Mayor. Thank you so much.
All right. Congratulations to Haloaina for their recognition with the county's Sustainable Achievement Award. They're one of those businesses showing that it can be done. Regenerate the place while also building a business. It can absolutely be done. And in fact, as Mahina said, it must be done. We're going to shift gears a little bit now. We're going to talk about one of our sponsors, but first, I want to zoom back out. We're going to zoom globally. We have a clip from not too long ago from Fareed Zakaria on GPS, or Global Public Square. He was talking about the different challenges related to climate change, but also some of the bright spots. And you're going to recognize some familiar images and names here. So can we go ahead and roll the CNN clip?
I'll end with one final story drawn from Dora's book about Hawaii. In 2008, Hawaii was America's most fossil fuel dependent state, with oil accounting for 90% of Hawaii's energy. Then the state embraced the Hawaii Clean Energy Initiative, a set of laws and rules designed to get the state to use clean, renewable energy sources instead. It set a goal of reaching 30% renewables by 2020, 70% by 2040, and 100% by 2045. So far, it has exceeded its 2020 goal, generating 34.5% of its electricity from a combination of solar, wind, and other clean sources. In just a few short years, it has become a leading example of a clean energy transformation. Now, we need to scale the Hawaii example for the entire world, and fast. It's a daunting task, but surely, if Hawaii can do it, others can do it as well.
Surely, if Hawaii can do it, others can as well. We're proud to serve as that example. We're more than happy to share the lessons that we've learned with the rest of the world. And, Hawaiian Electric has been a leader in this space. They've made aggressive goals, and they've chased after them. And so just a few days ago, Hawaiian Electric released some new goals that they were setting. So let's go ahead and take a look at that.
We are announcing that we will cut carbon emissions from power generation 70% by 2030. This includes our own generation as well as generation from our independent power producers.
We know it's an aggressive goal, but we also know the time for action is now if we're to stop climate change and ensure a more livable future for our children. In addition to our commitment to 70% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030, we're also committing to net zero emissions by 2045, if not sooner.
In the years leading up to 2030, we'll be looking at more renewable energy options, including ways to convert the power plants we own to run on clean fuels so we can repurpose our existing infrastructure. We'll also be adding 1 gigawatt of renewable energy to our grids, including even more rooftop solar, as many as 50,000 more systems on top of the 90,000 that are already connected.
These bold actions are a down payment for the generations that will follow, as we do our part to decarbonize Hawaii.
Big goals, but those are the kinds of bold goals that we need, and we need to pursue them quick. We need to pursue them with vigor. Now, Scott Seo, in addition to being the chief executive of Hawaiian Electric, also happens to be my shirt twin on many occasions. If you look on YouTube, he's got this shirt. I have the shirt he was wearing in that video. But you know, all of these things and the Hawaiian Electric logo were designed by Sig Zane's Designs and SZ Kayao, an outgrowth of the Kanakaole family. So you see how small this community is and how tightly we need to stick together to pursue the solutions that will help us save our Aina and save the rest of the world. In the video, they also talked about decarbonization. Those of you here in person may be wondering why there's a vehicle parked over there under the coconut tree. That is a hydrogen-powered vehicle, powered with nothing more than sunlight and out of thin air. But we're going to hear a little bit more about that later. But transportation is certainly another sector that we need to work really hard on decarbonizing. Fareed Zakaria talked about finding solutions that can scale and scale quickly. Our next TED Talk comes from a gentleman who, he's a tech guy. He came from the tech world, entrepreneur. When he pursues things, he goes all the way. And he has turned his attention to reforestation because forests, he says, are Earth's original solution to climate change. They're very active here on Hawaii Island, developing those solutions to share with the rest of the world. And so at this time, I'd like to introduce a TED Talk by the founder and leader of Terraformation, Ishan Wong.
What if I told you that there was a solution to climate change? One that almost everyone can help with, and which is safe, affordable, and that we can begin doing right now. That solution is trees. Ha ha ha, Ishan, I've heard that one before. Yes, planting trees is good. That's not really going to solve climate change, is it? Yes, it is. We all know that eliminating our fossil fuel emissions is something we need to do. We're all working on that one, but reducing emissions alone won't solve the problem. What do we need to do to close the gap? To answer that question, let's take a closer look at what climate change really is. Climate change is happening because there's too much carbon dioxide, too much CO2 in the atmosphere. That's it. It's not because of pollution, it's not because of ozone, it's not because of plastic in the oceans. Those are all problems too, but the reason climate change is happening is because there's too much CO2 in the air. So the answer is, what is the fastest and cheapest way to get CO2 out of the air? And the answer to that is trees. More accurately, it's forests. And if you want to get technical, it's the restoration of biodiverse native forests, which really just means planting a lot of native species of trees because those trees anchor the natural regeneration of forests. We can just say trees. But is it enough? How can trees be enough? Well, let's think about carbon. At the highest level, the Earth has 3 great pools of carbon. There's carbon in the ocean, there's carbon in the land, and there's carbon in the air. The problem is that those pools are out of balance. We took too much carbon out of the ground and we put it into the air. So we need to pull it out of the air, and we need to do it in the fastest way possible. The math works a little bit like this. Since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution in 1750, we've put about 2 trillion tons of CO2 into the atmosphere. Now, the Earth has been trying to help us out a lot. Each year it absorbs about half the CO2 we emit, so right now there's only about 1 trillion tons of CO2 hanging around out there. How's the Earth absorbing all that? Well, it's mostly the ocean and all the existing trees and plants doing it. More on that later. What we've got is 1 trillion tons of CO2 in the air, warming the planet right now, and we're putting out more every year. About 45 billion tons each year. Now, it's a big job to stop emitting. But even if we waved a magic wand and turned off our civilization today and went to zero emissions, we'd still have that 1 trillion tons of CO2 hanging around, warming the planet for at least another 50 to 100 years. And without any of our tools and civilization, we'd be screwed. The weather would continue to get worse, and we wouldn't have anything we could do about it. So we have to remove that CO2. It turns out that 1 trillion trees will do the job. One mature tree will sequester, roughly speaking, between 1 and 20 tons of CO2. Let's take the most conservative end of that, 1 ton, and you can see that 1 trillion trees will take up 1 trillion tons of CO2. 1 trillion trees at a density of about 300 trees per acre will require 3 billion acres of land. I'll get to how we find that in a moment. But I want to point out something important. Most people think trees grow out of the ground. They don't. They grow out of the air. Trees grow out of the air. They are made primarily out of carbon extracted from the CO2 in the air and out of water that falls as rain from the air. If you have a tree, it can't help but pull CO2 out of the air. There's nowhere else for it to get it. This is what makes trees so superior as a solution. From the moment a tree begins to grow, from the moment it's just a tiny sapling, it is actively removing CO2 from the air. This is an obvious fact that's been in front of all our faces, and we've forgotten it. Okay, so the question your smart friend is going to say is there enough land to plant enough trees? Do we have 3 billion acres we can restore into forest? Well, 5 years ago, the answer would have been no. Back then, if you were to count up all the land that got enough natural rainfall, there would only be about 1, maybe 2 billion acres available. But is there some way to get more land? It turns out there is. The world has 4.7 billion acres of land that is currently considered degraded, desertified, or otherwise unusable. It's generally considered the least desirable land in the world. Nothing much grows there. It's mostly desert. But most of what we consider desert today was not always desert, especially not in ancient times. And long time scales are what matters when it comes to species and ecosystems. Did you know that before modern human history, much of Australia was a rainforest? Or that the Sahara Desert also used to be a forest? Most of the regions we consider desert today are deserts because ancient prehistoric human activity reduced them to desert through the use of fire and grazing animals. We've been changing the environment for far longer than most people know. So the question becomes, can we convert deserts into forests? It turns out the answer is yes. Over the past few decades, there have been multiple successful projects in countries such as Jordan, Spain, China, and the country of Israel is pretty much the story of making the desert bloom. In all cases, the limiting factor is freshwater availability. Now, for 3 billion acres, we can't use existing supplies of freshwater. Planting a ton of forests can deplete local groundwater supplies, and there's already a global freshwater scarcity problem. How do we solve that? The only other source of fresh water is to use desalination to extract fresh water from the ocean. Until recently, desalination was only economically viable by using cheap fossil fuels. Desalination takes a lot of energy. And if you're burning fossil fuels making water to irrigate your forests, that doesn't make sense. But recently, a great shift happened. Starting a few years ago, solar energy became cheaper than the cost of fossil fuels. This means, for the first time in history, we can power desalination using clean, renewable energy, and we can produce arbitrarily large amounts of fresh water for the world. As a minor side effect, the freshwater scarcity problem is over. As soon as the whole world realizes that solar desalination is possible, that problem is solved. But for our purposes, we can now produce all the water we need to irrigate up to 3 billion acres of dry, degraded, or desertified land to restore 1 trillion trees worth of new forest, enough to offset all or most of human emissions. The trillion trees, just by growing up, can't help but absorb the trillion extra tons of CO2 I told you about that's hanging around in our atmosphere. That's how we pull that carbon in the air back down to the ground. And we can do this, starting today, using technology that already exists. And it can be undertaken in parallel by organizations and countries all over the world at massive scale. While it is not the only solution to climate that we should pursue, it is the simplest, fastest, and most immediately scalable one, and it is probably the best tool we have to close the gap on our climate change problem. In fact, many organizations all over the world have begun to realize this and are planting millions of trees each year. On the Big Island of Hawaii, we have numerous forest restoration projects, and we've most recently demonstrated that it is possible to restore forest even in the driest regions. The island itself contains 8 of the world's 13 different climate zones. This makes it a microcosm for the planet. Restoration projects on Big Island have included tropical, temperate, and dry forests, and now it's been done even in the most arid desert region. Do you remember what I said earlier about deserts not always being deserts? On the Big Island, the deserts in the northwestern corner, an area known as Kohala, were not always deserts. 200 years ago, the entire region was sandalwood forest, from the mountains down to the shore. They were cut down, the entire region was deforested to feed the lucrative sandalwood trade, and the land never recovered. In time, without the forest to cool the air and attract moisture, it became a desert. But that's a process that can work in reverse. We have found that with sustained effort and careful selection of native species, forests which have been lost for centuries can be restored, with benefits to biodiversity, water management, and local communities. What is the lesson here that this island can teach the rest of the world? On an island, your environmental issues are magnified. They're made much clearer, more stark. Your resources are limited, and it's hard to bring in more. Your trash doesn't go anywhere. It stays with you. You have to figure out what to do with it. You learn that everyone has to work together, and even though we are all different, we also have many common interests. You learn that unless your plans are in harmony with the natural world, they won't last very long. And you also learn that the Earth is trying to help you. It will provide you with food and water and air, as long as you take care of it. Do you remember what I said at the beginning about how we've released around 2 trillion tons of CO2 into the air, and yet the Earth has already helped us out by absorbing half of that, 1 trillion tons? The other half, the trillion tons still remaining, that's up to us. We are in a partnership with the Earth. The Earth gave us life. This planet is a biosphere made to help us thrive. It is a spaceship in which we were evolved to live. A friend of mine once said to me, solving climate change is not about proposing a return to caveman times. It's about all of us acting like astronauts on spaceship Earth and being smart about managing our resources at a self-contained planetary level. If we can crack this problem, this crisis may be the biggest opportunity for mankind to open a new chapter in our history. Mahalo for coming to my TED Talk.
Mahalo nui, Yishan. Yishan is a super interesting guy, and it's fascinating that he got into forests after working at places like PayPal, like Facebook. He served as CEO of Reddit, and he now calls Waimea home, and he's working on our forests along with us. So mahalo, Ishan, for all that work. How about a round of applause for all the folks doing forest restoration on this island and across Hawaii and around the world. I see Jen Lawson in the back, Waikoloa Dry Forest Initiative, the closest reforestation initiative I know of to where we are right now. And there are many others on the island. Super important work. Sometimes it's about putting the trees in the ground and letting them grow. Sometimes it's about being creative, being economical, and being resourceful with the use of trees that fall down or need to come down for whatever reason. And so our next County of Hawaii Sustainability Achievement Award winner does just that. Kamuela Hardwoods, they work to create beautiful, beautiful things out of trees once they have concluded their journey of pulling carbon out of the air. So at this time, let's meet Kamuela Hardwoods.
I had a small tree company and we'd be taking down trees, and we always had these logs. We had to do something with them, and it just never felt right to chip them or put them into the dump. And once we started utilizing it, it became really evident that we always had a lot of material that we could be using instead of importing other things. We found that there's a use for just about everything.
Aloha, we're here at Kamuela Hardwoods with our next recipients. Thank you guys so much for everything you're doing to protect our environment, to really show what sustainability is all about. You guys have taken wood that would end up in our landfills and turn them into amazing pieces of art. You've offset the amount of hardwoods and other kinds of woods that may come from the rainforest, so you're protecting our planet. You're taking something and you're adding value, and that's really, to me, a big part of sustainability.
This tree actually came from a client's property, and they were concerned about one of them coming down on their house because they'd had some limbs drop and some storm damage over time. The client was hell-bent on making sure that the wood didn't end up in the landfill or dumped in a gulch somewhere.
So this could have been actually trash.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And you've turned this into not just a table, but a work of art.
Yeah.
This wood here is called earpod and was taken from a county park in Kapono, where the Kamelamela statue one is. And there are two giant trees, and we salvaged as much of it as possible. And they're taken down because one of them split in half and fell into the parking lot. And after a tree risk assessment, they determined that it was safer to take them down. So we utilize as much of it as possible, and we've been turning it into beautiful pieces of lumber and tabletops.
So if someone was to buy something like this, how much would they be looking for a table like this?
It depends on the amount of labor that goes into it. Anywhere from a few $1,000s to tens of thousands of dollars.
And this could have ended up in the landfill.
Yeah, yeah.
That's again, you guys are pretty amazing, and not only are you taking care of our environment, but you're turning it into something that's a treasure. So one man's trash really is one man's treasure.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's always been very important to us to make use of just about everything we can, whether it's the lumber from logs into building furniture, into taking the waste off the mill and turning into wood chips into mulch, which just perpetuates into giving back to the land and growing more trees and just being more sustainable in all ways.
It's not just a piece of wood, it's a piece of wood with a story. And I think that's pretty amazing that you guys can tell that story for just about every piece that I pulled out today. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. I'll give that to you.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Kamuela Hardwoods, recipient of the County of Hawaii Sustainability Achievement Award. Now, we've talked quite a bit about forests. We've talked quite a bit about trees. But there's more to the forest than the trees. Our next speaker is going to tell us about how our relationships with forests are equally as important as the trees that inhabit and make up that forest. She's a biocultural researcher with the Akaka Foundation for Tropical Forests. Yes, the same Akaka ohana as Kaniala, who opened up our gathering today with that beautiful blessing. So at this time, with a talk titled Hawaii Practices on Hawaii Landscapes Under Changing Climates, please join me in welcoming Dr. Katie Kamelamela.
And right now, we're just going to go to the forest together, wherever the forest is near you. Think about where you are, what you're standing on, the weather at the time, what type of season is going on, and why you're there. And when you're there, think about, how does the air smell? Is the wind moving? Do you hear anything? Okay. And now we'll come back to where we are right now. And I just want to thank you for taking a time to move into a different space. I said a forest, and sometimes people have never been to a forest, so you might have needed to imagine a little bit more. But think about what we just went through. Could you smell the air? Did you feel wind? What season was it? And did you see anybody? Did you see any people? If you're with other people, raise your hand if you saw people, so people can know that you saw people. And why that is an important part is because most times when we do this exercise, nobody sees people in the forest, maybe 1 out of 100. And that's what I do. My name is Kamelamela, Dr. Katie Kamelamela, born and raised on Oahu, currently living in Hilo. Moved here to chase my childhood happiness. And forest is a part of that. When we think of people, we don't think of them in forests. We think of forests as places that make themselves. They just are. But what my research shows, as an ethnobotanist, I study the relationships between people and plants, specifically forest gathering practices in Hawaii as it relates to Native Hawaiian gathering practices, cultural lifestyles, and ways of being. Those things are often forgotten. In a place and in a land that people view as paradise, Native Hawaiians have the highest suicide rate. In a place that's viewed as paradise with the beauty of the mountains and the rivers, Native Hawaiians have the highest obesity and epidemic rates. We're at the highest cost of loss in our own land. And how did I become a Hawaiian scientist? Was because of those demographics. There's some pretty pivotal moments, probably the biggest part being that my mom was sick most of my life. And before she got her transplant for her kidney, it was the 1995 recognition of the 100-year of the overthrow. And this word sovereignty kept coming up. And I was like, Mom, what's sovereignty? And she couldn't answer me. And so that is part of my journey of becoming a scientist, is identifying what is personal choice in this land that I call home, that I'm a native daughter of, seeing so many of my family members perish to drugs, lack of resources, in a place that people flock to because it's paradise. And the second question, again, the first one was, what is sovereignty? Again, my mom was sick most of my time growing up, and I would go to the doctors with her all the time. One time I went to Kobayashi's office with her nephrologist, and I looked at her and I was like, Mom, what's a cyst? And I couldn't understand it. And then I looked at Kobayashi and I said, I'm gonna heal her one day. And 10 years ago she passed, and I didn't get to do that. But what I do get to do is help to heal other families and their relationships with land who have been disconnected, disenfranchised, and in some cases, legally exorcised from their lineal descendant lands. So what do? I'm an ethnobotanist again. I study the relationships between people and plants. More expansively, I'm an ethnoecologist, and I study the relationship of people and their environment, plants, rocks, wind, rain, all of those things that make Hawaii practices in Hawaii landscapes possible. Hawaii is one of the most isolated places in the world, if not the most isolated place in the world. The Galapagos Islands to Hawaii is nothing. The amount of biocultural resiliency and diversity that Hawaii holds is a product of our volcanic landscape, our microclimates, and the pressure of human engagement, not just what we think of as urbanization, but literally those relationships that we pride our Hawaii culture on today. Mailele, baby parties, underground ovens, spending time with family. When people think of Hawaii, they don't think of any of those things. They think of coconut bras, they think of grass huts, they think of canoes. All the things that I'm very proud of that my ancestors created to shelter us and get us to where we are today in one of the most, again, isolated places on Earth. Hawaii practices on Hawaii landscapes is an idea that I came up with through practice in my dissertation. I am an urban Hawaiian, born and raised on the most populous island in our chain. I did not go hiking. I did not go surfing growing up, things that you would think would be typical of a native Hawaiian. My father was raised in Kalapana, in a place where they had no electricity. They had to use fire to make their bath water. And he never wanted that for me. And joke's on him because now it's my job and now it's what I do. But I really want to share this one story about Hawaii practices in Hawaii landscapes. One of the most contentious items in Hawaii as a conservationist is the presence of pigs in our forests. And that being because they were brought over by Polynesian voyagers and have impacts that have recorded on our forest. So Hawaii practices in Hawaii landscape story is one that comes from my family, or a family experience at the Iopa family reunion. Community members that I worked with in Kona came, and so we saw that we were both part of the Iopa Ohana, or the family. And Uncle Keoki came up to me and asked, I always had this cousin who was older than me and lived at Auntie Julia's, and when I used to go visit, he used to clank coconuts, and I've always wanted to meet him. So I told Uncle Keoki, Auntie Julia might be my great-grandmother. My father lived with her while he was growing up. Let me go ask him. And so I go and ask my dad, tell him about this story, and he looks up from his Hawaiian plate at me like I'm an idiot. Like, what are you talking about? And then he's like, that was me. And he said it in such a way that I was supposed to know that part of his life, and I'd never heard of it. So they had met, and Uncle Keoki got to meet his cousin who got to clank coconuts, and my father expanded on that and said that he used to clank coconuts to get the pigs out from the forest when he was a kid, so 70s, 60s. The pigs used to come and they used to feed them, and once in a while they would collect one pig. Because the pigs were in the forest, there weren't many people that lived there, not like how there's development today. And so families in Kalapana, as a show of Hawaii practices on Hawaii landscapes, used to mark the pigs either on the ear, and there's a book now about it. My dad told me, yeah, that's how we used to manage our resources. Again, a place with no running water or electricity. And so thinking about conservation in Hawaii, Hawaii practices on Hawaii landscapes, the idea is very pragmatic and practical for our microclimates, for the needs of the people, and for the resources that are available. And so through my work of engaging with Native Hawaiian and other forest practitioners, if we want to move forward in a meaningful way about climate change, we need to listen to people who are closest to those resources on a daily value. And so Hawaii practices on Hawaii landscapes can be adapted not just within Hawaii, but outside of Hawaii. What are the elements, the geography, what makes your place your place? What gives it its personality? And that's what Hawaii practices on Hawaii landscapes is working with the land, the people, and the resources in a regenerative way.
Dr. Katie Kamelamela, everybody. She will be joining us for a fireside chat after we see all the talks. It's going to be very exciting. Great conversation there. Now, Dr. Kamelamela does a lot of work just a little bit south in Mauka of where we are now at a place called Pu'uva'ava'a. And on another side of Pu'uva'ava'a, we find Pu'uva'ava'a Ranch. And that is the home of our next Sustainability Achievement Award winner, or rather the workplace of our next Sustainability Achievement Award winner, and the home parking space of that hydrogen vehicle over there. So we're going to jump now to the Sustainability Achievement Award recipient, Paul Pontio.
The island's first hydrogen vehicle, the Toyota Mirage, and Paul's letting me drive it. Geez, it's so quiet. We're here with Vincent Paul Pontio, who gets our next Sustainability Award for the innovation in renewable energy, both in solar energy as well as hydrogen. In the next 10 years, when you start seeing those buses that are hydrogen operated here on the island, it will be because of Paul. And set up our very first hydrogen gas tank on the island, has our very first hydrogen car. You're making it much more a reality for the island of Hawaii, and that's why I chose you for our next award.
This can make 12 kilograms of hydrogen per day in 24 hours. So to put that into perspective, a kilogram of hydrogen is the equivalent of a gallon of gasoline with BTU energy. If you were to burn them, you'd get the same energy release out of both. If you run the hydrogen through a fuel cell, it's over 3 times more efficient. So it's like 3-point-something gallons of gasoline. And to make that even clearer, the Toyota Mirai holds 5 kilograms of hydrogen. So that's like 5 gallons of gas. It gets 320 miles of driving on those 5 gallons of gas. H2 Energy bought this car, the first of many, hopefully, to come to the Big Island. And hopefully we'll be able to start the infrastructure for our hydrogen economy here on the Big Island. Hydrogen is a flammable gas, right? And it's the safest flammable gas in the universe. It's 14 times lighter than air. So it goes up at 45 miles per hour. That's 66 feet a second. So when you go 1,001, it's 6 stories away already. Heat goes straight up. It doesn't go sideways, doesn't go down, it only goes straight up. So it doesn't heat up things around it or catch them on fire. That makes it safer than any carbon-based hydrocarbon fuel, because most gases are heavier than air and they flow like water and they sink. But I can put my finger 1/8 inch from the flame and it won't burn. The heat's going straight up where you want it to go, and nothing else gets heated up. And this is the best cooking gas that I've ever used. We're 100% off-grid. When you go off-grid, one of the things that happens is you have to oversize your system because you have to operate in all different conditions. In the mornings, when it's really sunny and clear, we have excess energy. So we take the excess energy, we turn that into hydrogen, and we store that for later use, for either vehicles, for stationary fuel cells, so we can be fossil fuel free even our backup generation. When we took the ranch off-grid, we knew storage was going to be key. And this is a lithium battery, but it's lithium ferrous phosphate. And after 14,000 cycles, they had almost 70% capacity still in them. That's over 38 years. So we know that they're going to last 15 to 20 years for sure. This is a 1 megawatt hour battery. We assembled and built this, and it's here for the community water system. We're standing at the site of the community's water well. It comes from Mauna Kea watershed. We put in a project with solar. Next to the lab over here, we have a field full of solar. And this battery gets charged during the day while the pump is running, and at nighttime, this takes over for pumping the water during the night. So 1,000 kilowatt hours of battery can run the well for about 14 hours. It's not for us, it's not to save electricity, it's to show people what can be done and what's possible. Accepting this for everybody at Blue Planet Research, we're a team. And I want to give a shout out to Hank Rogers, because if it wasn't for Hank, none of this would have been possible. We all appreciate it, and we're going to continue to do what we think is necessary to get Hawaii off of fossil fuels.
Everybody, please remain in your seats. We don't all need to go run and trade in our electric vehicles right now. But congratulations to Paul and the entire team at Blue Planet for the work on hydrogen and mobility. We'll talk to Mayor Roth again about this a little bit later, but the county is certainly exploring all kinds of avenues with alternative fuels, including hydrogen transportation options for our island. So we're going to hear a little bit more about transportation a little bit later. But next up, we're going to hear from one of my favorite electric vehicle owners, a really good brother. Brandon Hayashi and I got to know each other working in the renewable energy space. Brother does everything. He does energy, he does mobility. He's currently doing trees as one of the directors of business development for Terraformation. And he's going to talk to us about ancestral connection and its relevance to our lives today, and how that can help inform, guide, and propel our actions to mitigate the worst effects of climate change. So with his talk titled Rooted in Two Trees, Kuleana and Kintsugi, please welcome the TED Talk of Brandon Hayashi.
More than 3,100 years ago, in an ancient forest, a recently widowed young woman gave birth to a male child while standing between two trees. She called him Chen, meaning spring of water, named after the source of water that flowed throughout the forest. She fled the city after her husband, Bigan, a well-respected court advisor, was executed for putting the needs of the people before that of the king. Years later, after the corrupt king was overthrown, the virtuous objections of Bigan came to be understood as righteous. Chien, the child born between two trees, was invited back to the city along with his mother. He was bestowed with the honor of taking the new family name that would become Hayashi. My father's family name is Hayashi. The Japanese character used to write it is two trees next to one another. I am what I am because of Bigan, as well as the wisdom and experiences throughout the generations that flowed between the birth of his son and that of my own. Today, because of the collective actions taken over the past 3 centuries, and especially the most recent 3 decades, we are facing an existential climate crisis. And a core part of the problem, as well as the solution, lies in trees. The old Hawaiian proverb, "Lanai ke kumu," look to the source, is poignant guidance for us to seek out answers to our challenges by understanding where we come from, by connecting with the depth of knowledge and moral strength of our ancestors, as well as that of the natural world all around us. If we are rooted in our heritage, we can rebuild a more resilient future for our descendants. Let's talk about heritage. My Japanese side is one of 4 aspects of my ethnic and cultural heritage, all of which has been surrounded by salt water and made resilient over centuries of challenges. Let's begin in the darkness. The kumulipo, sometimes translated as beginning in deep darkness, is the Hawaiian creation chant that speaks to the origin of life, the Hawaiian genealogy in our islands, as well as the reverence for and relationship with nature. While I am not Kanakaole, native Hawaiian, I am the third generation in my family to be born and formed in these islands. My values, my speech, my sense of self are rooted in being from this archipelago and its Polynesian traditions. One of these important traditions is understanding our kuleana. This layered Hawaiian word carries the connotation of privilege, responsibilities, and rights. I view our kuleana as a matter of ensuring that we honor the privileges provided to us by our ancestors and live up to the responsibilities we must carry forward to our unborn descendants who have the right to inherit a livable world. My Japanese ancestors speak of being provided a venerable, protective shadow, okage-sama de, as a means of expressing sincere gratitude. This single phrase emotes the deep-rooted feeling of appreciation that is perhaps only best translated as, I am what I am because of you. I am also Italian. This heritage reminds me that the shadows of our choices today, bad and good, have a lasting impact upon what we are and what our descendants will become. Vecchi peccati hanno le ombre lunghe. Old sins have long shadows, say us Italians. And on the island nation of Ireland, where my Gelga-speaking ancestors live, there is a maxim which underscores how we are and have always been interdependent upon one another. Ar scoa cheila awares tenteina. It is the shadow of one another that the people live. Scaw can be translated as both shadow and shelter. Rooted in our ancestral shadows, we are safeguarded like that of a canopy protecting the understory of a forest. And when we understand who we are and why we are what we are, the history, the culture, the language, it takes us even deeper into the rich soil, where we come to understand that what lies beneath the surface is significantly larger than what is above. Our ancestors are interlinked to us, just like the underground fungi network is attached to tree roots, which connect entire forests full of mother trees and seedlings alike. Knowing who we are and where we come from allows us to have the long view and understanding how we can become better ancestors to those who are born after us by creating a less climate-impacted world for them. Trees play a critical role in the interdependence between us and our descendants. Our ancestors, they understood this, that the interdependence between humans and trees, collectively our global forests, is extremely important to the survival of our species. They knowingly reminded us through our language. For instance, there is a Japanese proverb that can be translated as, trees spare no shade, even to those who would cut them down. Despite the known and valuable ecosystem services that forests provide us, we have been taking the axe to them for the past 2+ centuries at enormously faster rates. And now, the consequences of our actions are becoming abundantly clear, with the impacts of the climate crisis that have touched every single continent and are disproportionately affecting islands and islanders around the world. Roughly half of the forests that once covered the earth have already been cut down or burned as a result of human activities. If we keep going at this clip, it is projected that we could destroy all of the world's rainforests before my unborn grandchildren reach my age. And today, there are nearly 1 in 3 trees, that is 18,000 of the 60,000 known tree species that are at risk of going extinct. And sadly, Hawaii, our home, has been dubbed the extinction capital of the world. But it isn't just that we've destroyed trees in our quest for industrialization and so-called progress. We've uprooted ourselves from our connection to nature as a whole. It's known as the extinction of experience, a term coined by ecologist and entomologist Robert Pyle, which describes this vicious cycle that links apathy with ecological destruction, where we humans wreak havoc upon the earth as a result of our detachment from nature, which in turn causes us to destroy even more nature because we no longer understand its value to resilience and our ability to survive. Are we not accountable to unborn generations who are connected to us by shared blood, culture, and community? Do we not owe it to our descendants to fulfill our kuleana? I am what I am because of trees. You are what you are because of trees. We are all what we are because of trees. And like our ancestors before us, we are meant to live in the shadows of trees. Simply put, without the increased presence of native forests, our species cannot survive on our own planet. Remember 75%. Forests capture upwards of 75% of the terrestrial carbon dioxide emissions. Forests house more than 75% of our global biodiversity. Forests provide approximately 75% of the world's medicines. CO2, biodiversity, medicine, 75%. I am rooted in these islands, literally and figuratively, through that of our kumula'au. This Hawaiian word does not simply translate as tree. Similar to the word kuleana, kumula'au has multiple layers. This single word embodies foundational meanings such as origin, teacher, medicine, and much more. The kumu in kumula'au is the same kumu found in the kumulipo, as well as the saying nana ike kumu, look to the source. Our beginning, our foundation, our source can be found in our trees. The kumula'au connect us to the past, and if we fulfill our kuleana, they will outlive us and connect us to the future. Planting a tree is not just an act of stubborn optimism for ourselves. It is a recognition that we can make a difference for those who come after us. And sometimes, solutions can be found in an aspect of the problem itself. Created around the 14th century, kintsugi is the Japanese ceramic technique that uses gold lacquer to join broken pieces. But more than simply mending an irreplaceable piece of pottery, kintsugi is symbolic of life, in that it repairs broken pieces through a thoughtful and tested technique using gold, which can restore and surpass the previous beauty and strength, making it at once imperfectly whole and more resilient. As 2+ centuries of large-scale deforestation has brought negative downstream implications upon all aspects of society, reforestation at scale and speed is inherently a part of the solution to reverse the tide. While it can be argued that many people have been uprooted from nature over the past centuries, it appears that we're actually genetically coded for a connection to it. Biophilia, literally love of life, was pioneered as a theory in 1984 by biologist E.O. Wilson, who proposed that humans have a deeply ingrained love of nature, which is an intuitive and natural drive imprinted into our very DNA. Over the past 4 decades, extensive and ongoing research has shown that we are indeed a species that physically, intellectually, and emotionally loves our wondrous natural world. Living on these islands, one cannot speak of the natural world and not connect trees and the ocean, or the inherent relationship between the canoes that historically linked all Pacific Islanders. In the 1980s, after much discussion, there was a decision by the Polynesian Voyaging Society to build the first va'akaulua, a double-hulled voyaging canoe, using indigenous material in a traditional manner. And in order to do so, they had to start at the source and find large native koa trees. Throughout 1989 and 1990, there was an extensive search across our archipelago to find trees large enough to build 2 57-foot canoe hulls. But regrettably, there was not a single viable tree to be found. By that point, our island's forest had been severely exploited and mismanaged for 2 centuries. Take a moment to imagine. Imagine what it must have felt like to realize that your islands no longer sustain the very trees needed to perpetuate a foundational part of your culture and history. Needless to say, it was a dark time. But the Alaska Native people near Juneau, they understood the struggle and importance of keeping one's indigenous culture alive through nature, and graciously offered the gift of 2 Sitka spruce trees to ensure this wa'akaulua became a reality for Native Hawaiians. The pair of 418-year-old trees were reverently felled from the forest on Shelikof Island. 2 trees from one island would give life to a double-hulled voyaging canoe for an archipelago nearly 2,800 miles away. But before this took place, the Polynesian Voyaging Society decided to plant a koa forest on Hawaii Island to honor the gifts from the Alaska Native people and to honor their own heritage by ensuring that there would be large koa trees hundreds of years from now to build future canoes. Because of the great shadow cast by master canoe builder Wright Elimakule Bowman Jr. and the many hands that touched the 2 trees, in July of 1993, Hawaii Loa was launched. It was one of the first wa'akaulua to be traditionally built in centuries, and named after the legendary navigator who first settled this archipelago more than a millennium ago, and for which this very island of Hawaii was also named. Over the ensuing years, Hawaii Loa would go on 2 major voyages while also struggling with many challenges of disrepair. But today, it is being healed by the kintsugi of many people's mana and dedication, making it seaworthy and able to sail once again. It will play a role in the Alaska leg of the upcoming Moana Nui Kea voyage in 2022, which will circumnavigate the Pacific Ocean more than 40 months, traverse more than 40,000 miles, and reconnect with more than 40 countries and archipelagos. The story of Hawaii Loa reminds us that conservation of trees ensures continuity of culture. As we navigate in the present while being mindful of the past, perhaps the best way forward is to look for what we all share in common. Despite the many potential differences, we all want to find the kintsugi, the gold that mends broken pieces into a more resilient whole. Ensuring our species' survival is hardwired into our DNA. This is the single thing that we share with every other living organism on Earth. And as a dominant species, we have the capacity and the kuleana to change the ways in which we act. No matter who you are, no matter where you come from, knowing who you are and where you come from allows you to have the long view and understanding how you can become a better ancestor to your descendants by creating a less climate-impacted world. Protecting and planting trees is a matter of honoring the privileges provided to us by our ancestors and living up to the responsibilities we must carry forward to our unborn descendants who have the right to inherit a livable world. This is our kuleana. And knowing this is what allows us to be rooted here, right where we are. Planting a tree is not just an act of hope. It is a recognition that we can make a difference for our descendants. We are all what we are because of trees. If this resonates within you, then your path is also clear. Come join me and Nanai Kekumu. Look to the source by reforesting our planet. Whether or not you are a descendant of the child born between 2 trees, you simply need to embrace your kuleana and be the kintsugi.
Be the kintsugi. Brandon, we can get t-shirts, bumper stickers. That was a great talk, Brandon. Mahalo nui. Brandon Hayashi is in the house, and he'll be joining us for the Fireside chat in a little bit. So, can you believe we have 3 more talks? It's, each one of these talks has been so educational, inspirational, motivational. I know I've enjoyed it. There have been moments where I got so lost in the talks that I forgot I was hosting this event today. And thankfully I snapped out of that. But mahalo to everybody who's joining us. Everybody online who's joining, mahalo nui for being with us at the premiere event for TEDxCounty of Hawai'i. So, next up, we have the director of the Arizona State University Center for Global Discovery and Conservation Science, who's based on this island. And we're thrilled to have him as part of our community. We're thrilled to have him doing the work that he does here on Hawaii Island, combining field work and community engagement. He's one of the highest cited ecologists in the world on tropical ecology, coral reefs, land use change, conservation science, and also just a good fun brother. So, with his talk titled Ecological Resilience, Science as a Tool and Communities as a Force, we'd like to introduce the TED Talk of Dr. Greg Asner.
Climate change has been accelerating for decades. We see this in more and more climate disruptions covering the news and social media. Yet as individuals, it's hard to internalize this threat in our everyday lives until a climatic disruption passes through our own backyard. Floods, droughts, fires, storms, they're all intensifying. But we still don't know what to do as individuals or as communities. Perhaps nowhere is this more obvious than on an island. While an island's contribution to climate change may seem small, the impacts of climate change on an island and its people are among the most profound on the planet. Marine heat waves cooking reefs, sea level rise eroding lands, and drought driving forest fires. These and other climate impacts are changing conditions on islands fast and often furiously. To tackle the climate challenge, we need to draw on lessons from the past and fuse that knowledge with technologies of the future. The Hawaiian Islands once harbored up to 1 million people of Polynesian origin. Through a system of natural resource management units called Ahupua'a, native Hawaiians sustained their populations for generations. Ahupua'a and other novel forms of land-to-sea stewardship created a society that was resilient over centuries. The Hawaiian people also survived and even thrived through environmental challenges ranging from El Niños and hurricanes to volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. But in the past 200 years, the islands have become far less resilient due to unsustainable development, overuse of natural resources, and pollution. Island resilience has decreased in step with increasing climate change, creating a perfect storm that puts us all at risk. Of course, this problem is not unique to Hawaii. Climate risk has increased worldwide, not only due to the climate change itself, but because we have reduced the ability of our lands and oceans to buffer against climate change. These reductions in resilience are contributing to even more climate risk. So how do we break this cycle? Our ability to adapt to climate change depends on creating ecological resilience. What is that? Ecological resilience is the ability of our natural ecosystems to self-sustain, self-regulate, and absorb climate change. This can only be achieved with combinations of natural ecosystems of sufficient size, connectivity, and diversity. In return, resilient ecosystems give back by providing services like clean water, healthy soils, food security, recreation, cultural identity, and much more. How do we achieve ecological resilience? I've been working in the Hawaiian Islands for nearly 30 years. I've worked in most sectors, ranging from government and nonprofit to commercial and academic. Throughout this time, I've worked to understand how science can provide solutions to our declining ecological resilience. Time and time again, I found that resilience requires at least 2 critical ingredients: science as a tool and communities as a force. Let's talk about science. My work has spanned nearly 3 decades on land, below the waves, and from above throughout the Hawaiian Islands and in 137 countries. I've developed Earth-orbiting satellites, airborne laboratories, shipboard systems, advanced field techniques, from mountain peak to deep reef. From sea to outer space, we've generated the most advanced ecological science program in the world, most of it born, raised, and applied right here in Hawaii. My team has spent decades honing our science for the people that we serve. We often do our work over massive areas, but with extreme ecological detail. Our technology is well known globally, but right here in Hawaii, our applications have revealed extraordinary things about this special, special place. We've produced enormous amounts of environmental information down to the individual tree, coral, and landowner. Here are just a few examples going clockwise from the upper left. Forest carbon, that's where greenhouse gases like CO2 are absorbed onto land and taken out of the atmosphere. Deforestation, where we're losing forests and literally putting carbon back into the atmosphere, which drives even more climate change. Land development, a main driver of deforestation. Pollution, the other effect of land development. Invasive species, which are massively disrupting our native ecosystems. Corals and the downhill effect of land development, pollution, overfishing, and other factors on Hawaii's aquatic heritage. We've even mapped reef fish, which sadly shows declines in many areas. So if we know so much, what's missing in our effort to achieve ecological resilience? We're missing a more direct, working connection between science and communities. Communities are the backbone of the response to science. After all, scientists like me are supposed to serve our communities, both near and far away. By integrating big science with local community action, the solutions can be assembled to drive ecological resilience at large scales. And remember, governments alone cannot help us achieve such important goals. Take, for example, the district of South Kona, shown here in red on the Big Island. South Kona is a place where high diversity coral reefs, native forests, and Hawaiian traditional practices still persist. But it's also a place where land development has spiked, leading to more deforestation. It's a place where reef use has gone and accelerated, leading to sharp declines in the habitats that make Hawaii so well known. In response, our community is working day in and day out on a range of activities that blend science with indigenous knowledge and everyday know-how. We're bridging gaps between Native Hawaiian values, newcomer community growth, and governments at multiple levels. At the same time, this process generates engagement across communities. And in parallel, the effort creates new educational opportunities for many people. In fact, the people and the ecosystem can and do become the outdoor living and learning laboratory. So how does this look in practical terms? Let's visualize two types of effort: protective interventions and restorative interventions. Protective interventions work to keep what we've got. A good example rests in protecting native forests shown here on this map in different colors. Areas in green and yellow are high carbon, high native biodiversity forests. In our changing climate, protections of these forests from land clearing, invasive species, and fire are critical contributions to achieving ecological resilience at large scales. Communities and government can work together in this case to secure water, carbon, and the biological diversity that keeps each of these watersheds, each ahupua'a, secure and healthy. In turn, these forests buffer us against climate change in the long run. Restorative interventions are much, much more challenging. One tough example is reforestation. It's a complex and arduous process to put native biodiversity back in place and functioning. Sometimes, however, restorative intervention can be ecologically easy, but politically hard, like resting an overfished reef so that fish abundances return for future generations. Yet other times it can mean intervening in one place to save another, such as by remediating wastewater systems on land that kill coral reefs. Again, community leadership and participation is paramount to these interventions. Government alone cannot get it done for us. My team has technology eyes on land and coral reef ecosystems on Hawaii Island and across the archipelago. Sadly, we see decreasing native biodiversity, pollution on land and into the sea, and declining habitats. We see a steep decline in our ecological resilience, which then puts us in peril with climate change. On this cartoon island, we're currently standing somewhere between two futures. Which future do you want? Coupling science with the Hawaiian ahupua'a thinking that I explained earlier, we know what and where to make changes. The next questions are how and when. Science as a tool, communities as a force. Now is the time for the two to come together.
Mahalo, Dr. Greg Asner. I got to tell you, when I first learned about the detail, the level of detail that Dr. Asner's work could really scope out our natural resources, I got super self-conscious. I had to run outside and water all the trees in my yard just to make sure they were all okay, because I knew Greg and the crew were watching. We're hearing a lot of common themes emerge from our talks today. We're hearing about the importance of community in all of this. You know, science alone won't solve it. It's bridging community and the know-how. We've heard a lot about the importance of ahupua'a thinking, about the importance of island thinking. And we've also heard a lot about the need for action now. So what's stopping us? I would put forth to the group here today that one of the most important things we need to do is tell the stories. We need to tell the stories. We need to tell the stories of all the bad things that could happen. And most importantly, we need to tell the stories about how to make it better. And so our next County of Hawai'i Sustainability Achievement Award winner is one such storyteller. She's pretty famous, certainly more famous than me. Well, that's a pretty low bar. But she's very well known online, social media. She has some television accolades. And she's taken that power and used it to shine a light on the stories to help us save the planet we inhabit together. So we're gonna watch her video, and then I'm gonna call her up to talk story for a couple minutes. So at this time, please welcome our next County of Hawaii Sustainability Achievement Award winner, Allison Teal.
We're all connected, and especially right now more than ever, I think that we really need to know that and come together and spread aloha, because when you fall in love with something, you want to protect it, and that's what I encourage, I think, everyone to do every day, is fall in love not only with the planet, but with what you love to do.
We're here with Allison Teal for our next Sustainability Achievement Award. What you've done is something a little bit different. You've acted globally, sharing our aloha, thinking locally. Allison's adventures and, going all over the world to teach people how to be green, clean, and pristine, and make our planet a little bit better, for the next generations.
I still feel like a big kid, so I think that I like to think like a kid, and for me, I want to have fun, right, in this life. I don't think it should be so serious. That's why my films are all education through entertainment and through comedy. High five, woo! Delta, woo! Yeah! Allison's Adventures with the Mayor of Hawaii! But growing up, my parents were amazing, right, in the way that they raised me. And the thing that they would always say is the most important thing to pack on any adventure is a sense of humor. And I think that's really, really important for our kids. It's not about like, you used a plastic water bottle, you are horrible. It's about oh my gosh, how can we make it fun? Like my pink surfboards are made out of recycled coffee cups, and we can have shiny pink mermaid looking bottles that are reusable. And I think that's my thing for the future generations, is how can we make saving the planet fun? There's nature out there that is the greatest treasure on Earth. Water is our greatest treasure on Earth. I mean, without water, nothing survives. So I think it's really fun for me to be able to share with the future generations that we're on a quest for the most important treasures on Earth, and we need to learn how to protect them. Our planet is so fragile, right? With climate change, with plastic pollution, with everything, if we don't put an end to it now, we might not be able to enjoy this and make waves of change for our future generations to also enjoy it. So I hope we can continue to spread the aloha. Everything we do on this earth depends upon being able to live here. So if the earth is God, we're God, right? There's no LIFO. I'm excited to help protect our home planet of this pretty cool earth. I'm honestly touched, and I feel the power now to make more waves of change. So thank you.
Join me in welcoming to the stage County Sustainability Achievement Award winner, Allison Teal. How's it?
Get me crying and then make me come up here. Wow. Whoever edited that is, thank you. It's usually me on my laptop, so I'm very appreciative that someone got to do it this time. Thank you all. Wow, it's really...
And that's a good opportunity to let's thank the crew at Naleo TV,
Yeah, wow.
who produced
Whoever,
all of
I
these
don't
TED
know.
Talks, producing today's live event, as well as our good friend Dom, who produced the videos of the County Sustainability Achievement Award winners. I forgot that Allison had not seen that video yet. So she saw it for the very first time along with you.
I'm touched. No, I mean, this is... Whew, I feel like I'm like in the academy, or I'd like to think. No, but Kate and Mitch and the team, I just, it's very surreal and it's very full circle, because when you are literally born into nature and it's all you have to survive. My parents were pretty crazy, as you said. They dragged me to some pretty wild countries and homeschooled and didn't have a book to follow and didn't have a right or wrong. You know, they just said, let's experiment. Let's raise our daughter in nature and hope that she falls in love with it and then can be the next one to take up the torch and the microphone and carry on that tradition of them protecting what keeps us alive. So to be here with them and to have Mitch be part of our ohana this whole time and to see the waves of change happening here today with these beautiful wahines and Oscar, shout out to Oscar who swam with us that day. He was the best, and it really made my day when I said to him, you know, how are you feeling? And he goes, I want to plant trees, and I like what you've done with the place. I think I'll make a tree house. And it was just so touching to know that the future generations are bringing that along. So it's like, it's all about you guys right now. God, I feel old. I'm old. Am I getting old? I think I am. Yeah, it's just amazing.
All relative.
It's all relative, yeah.
So, Allison, you've made your career, certainly, and kind of your life about sharing these stories and inspiring action, right? So we know we have very few years left to make a difference with climate change, right? We know the science tells us how bad it can get. The science tells us what we need to do to not get to those really bad effects. How important is communicating that to everybody?
You know, I don't even think it's about worrying about those statistics, because for me, what it is about storytelling, right? Because, okay, how do you feel when you sit in an office all day and you're like hunched over a computer? I don't know one person that's like gone and stood under a waterfall and been like, ugh, that really sucked. I don't want to do that again. So I think it's really about getting out there and not worrying about the statistics or anything, just falling in love with nature, jumping in the ocean. I mean, Mitch was like a 5-year-old by the time he got out of the water that day. He was a whole new mayor, and it's amazing to see what nature does to you. So I think that's my biggest thing, is literally dive in. And then with the storytelling, so this is so crazy. So when I was little, we would sit on the floor of these like little huts all over the world, and there would be these shadow puppet plays, right? So all of a sudden you'd see these like spooky, demonic things, or sometimes they were magical, or you'd meet characters like Aladdin, right? In like the middle of the desert, and they'd be sharing these myths and legends. And those were my Disney films. And those were everyone's Disney films in those kind of cultures. And so for me, what storytelling is, hula and dance and everything, like growing up, even doing hula in Tahitian, we're telling a story with all of that. And in the olden days, that's how we survived, right? So the shadow puppets would tell you, pass on to the kids when to plant the crops, when the sun would come up, what angles are everything. And I feel like, in a sense, we've lost that form of storytelling. But I think there's two good news things about storytelling in modern day. Number one is Hawaii is literally kicking okole and keeping that tradition alive. So I think that's amazing that we are here and can spread the stories. So that's awesome. So I jump on it. The second reason is we have a new form of shadow puppets and of legends around the campfire, which is a blessing and a curse, but it's called social media. And I think with everything we do, whether it's a post or, I hate to say it, but I don't think it's going anywhere. And for the future generations, especially, if we can encourage, and that's what I try to do, is that it's not bad if you want to get on a network or do something, but use it well. Like, I've been able to change multiple environmental laws just by sharing pictures of Trash Island and showing what's out there. So when you go swimming and you see a dead piece of coral, go ahead and share it and put it out there. And I hate to say it, but in a sense, I think that's our new wave of being able to communicate. And I hope that we can go back to Fireside talking, but it might be here to stay. So use your own voice. I'm a photographer, filmmaker, but I think the important thing in storytelling is it's not about being me, it's about being you. So are you a lawyer? Help with laws. Are you a gardener? Help with whatever you use to garden. If you're a mom, you can buy or not buy things that will affect the planet in a way. And I think there's this misconception is that it's expensive to protect the planet.
It's more expensive not to.
I would, you should see our treehouse. Literally built by hand, a lot of hard work. I mean, my parents are really the ones you want to talk to about how to live a different life. And I don't think you have to live in a tree, but if you don't buy plastic water bottles every day, you're probably going to save some money. Just a thought. But I'm kind of preaching to the choir here. I mean, it's about us spreading those messages, I think, further and wide, far and wide, and staying true to your own story, really, because like I call it over-there-itis, or like Facebook syndrome, where it's like, oh, that person's life is better, oh, they're on a trip here, they're on an adventure there. But I think if you tell, to me, all I wanted to do growing up was have homework and get on a big yellow school bus and have a little box lunch. And I mean, a kid dreams of having textbooks and homework. So I think somebody else's life is always more interesting than your own. So just if you tell your own story, it's going to fascinate and inspire someone. And that would be you inspire me every day to be more funny. I got to take some lessons from this guy. He's funny.
Well, you know, I do what I can.
He's funny. He's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, the incomparable Allison Teal,
and I love
County Sustainability Achievement Award winner.
If you have any stories that need to be told, please let me know, because I'm here and I'd love to tell more. And let's dive in. So thank you.
Mahalo nui, Allison.
Thank you.
And on the, thank you.
Oh, do I turn it on?
I got him. And on the track of storytellers, our next TED Talk comes from one of the most compelling storytellers I know. He's best known for his work telling stories through the built environment as a professional architect, legendary professional architect. But he imbues all of his creations with mo'olelo, whether they're of the place or another kind of story. And that's what makes his buildings so compelling. And so, with a story that he's titled Nanai Mua, Nanai Hope, please welcome our 9th TED speaker of the day, Hilo boy, Mr. Robbie Oppa.
Aloha mai kākou. I am Maui, a kua Hawaii Hawaiian. Kilo hoku, renowned navigator, expert in star lore. I am a wayfinder. I seek, I wander, I explore. Hailing from Kahiki, my island home of water, far beyond this galaxy, I will embark on a spectacular journey, a huaka'i nui. To begin my journey, I needed a new va'a. Eliapai'o, the most celebrated bird in Kahiki, guided me to the sacred koa tree I'd use to build my canoe. An incarnation of the patron goddess Lea, Eliapai'o followed me through the forest, watching me as I searched for the elusive tree. Stopping to peck, she signaled that the trees were riddled with insects not suitable for my va'a nui. Then suddenly, she landed. Standing on the deepest tree in the forest, she showed no interest. Eliapai'o had given me the sign. I used this mighty koa for my legendary canoe. Along my journey from Kahiki with my great fishhook, Manaya Kalani, at my side, I, with my brothers, were in constant search of the magical fish pimoi. Baited with the wing of my mother Hina's bird, the alai, I tracked and finally caught pimoi, telling my brothers to pull as hard as they could. They paddled with all the strength they could muster, and was so intent with their effort, did not notice that pimoi had transferred into the islands as he surfaced. Hawaii was born. Settling in Hilo, I was asked by my mother Hina to slow the path of the sun, complaining the days were too short to dry her kapa. Intent on pleasing my mother, I wove an amazing lasso made from my sister's long ehu hair, strong enough and favored by the gods not to be harmed by the sun's heat. Climbing to the top of Haleakala, the house of the sun, I whipped my lasso with my fishhook Manai Kalani attached and grabbed hold of the sun. I demanded that he remain in the sky. The sun agreed, making the days longer and more productive. Firefinder, wind capturer, sky raiser, tales of my exploits along my journey are many and extraordinary. In my time, I have also seen the beginnings of our Hawaiian people. I witnessed the birth of Haloa Naka and Haloa, the first Haloa born still and planted to become Kalo, one with the Aina, and the second Haloa, his brother, becoming the first man, Kanaka. I have seen these brothers learn to live in balance, man sustaining land and land sustaining man, Pono. At the helm of my va'a, I continue on my huaka'i, my course laid by the stars in our heavens, longing for my home, this island of water, Kahiki. I am comforted by the fact that our people have been given the ike to understand their kuleana, and that our Aina is amazingly rich and bountiful. Guided by the knowledge and gifted with the resources, I cannot help but wonder, will our Kanaka continue as good stewards of our Aina and its precious resources? And in turn, will our Aina continue to sustain? I wonder what will become of our people in generations to come. Will they become wayfinders? Will they continue to seek, to wander, to explore? Aloha mai kākou. I am Maka o Maui, a Kua Hawaii Hawaiian. My genealogy, 7th-generation descendant of legendary kupuna Akua Hawaii, Maui. I bear his name, I channel his vision, I carry his kuleana. Kilohoku, renowned navigators, expert in star lore, like my ancestors, I am a wayfinder. I seek, I wonder, I explore. For Maui, my forebearer, so too Hawaii loa and Makali'i, Nainoa and Kalepa, my calling to honor the spirit, wisdom, and traditions of these masters. Hailing from the ancient and distant home of our people, my ancestors have embarked and have maintained course on a spectacular journey spanning many generations, a huaka'i nui, one that began far beyond this galaxy near the outer edges of the supercluster Laniakea. There, it is said, lies an island of water known to me only through the mo'olelo of yesterday. Guided and inspired by the past, I humbly yet boldly face the future. From the summit of Mauna Awakea, gazing towards the heavens, I can see our island home. I see Kahiki. This voyage began by my kupuna Maui many generations ago, one that fished out the islands and captured the sun, one that spawned the Renaissance and educated this world to Malama Honua, will set sail once again. I accept my responsibility, I embrace this opportunity. My kupuna will direct me as I navigate this next leg of our huaka'i nui, our return journey home. To prepare for this leg, our most ambitious, we will need to design and build a new va'a, one as strong and dynamic as Maui had fashioned to begin this journey 7 generations ago. Like Maui, we will summon Akualea and offer her ho'okupu of red fish and fine kapa. In return, we will look for her to guide and assist sourcing the creation of our new vessel. This va'a will be like those of the past, protecting and providing during our journey. It will also have to be like none other before, sustaining our entire civilization as its inhabitants. When complete, in honor of the legendary va'a kolua, sparking the voyaging renaissance of AD 1975, this va'a will be known as Hokulea, Star of Gladness. Hokulea will need to sustain our people throughout the leg of this journey. Like our island homes, Kahiki and Hawaii have provided for us for many generations. Inspired by the mo'olelo of Maui fishing out the islands from the middle of the sea, we will look to find and pull our resources from our great oceans. We will work together, hand in hand, caring for the land, which will in turn care for us. We will manage and live in balance with our resources, following and respecting the principles of our ancient ahupua'a, stretching from our mountains to our seas. Hokulea will need to harness the energy of the suns, the moons, and the stars. Inspired by the mo'olelo of Maui capturing the sun, we will look to power and propel our va'a through this indigenous use of our incredible resources. We will combine our sailing traditions with that of our indigenous knowledge and native intelligence about the strength of forces of nature and of our environment. At the helm of our va'a, Hokulea, I set course toward the outer edges of Laniakea, guided by the same stars as our vahikupuna have for many generations past. I am eager to learn more about Kahiki, known to me only through the mo'olelo of yesterday, home of my ancestors, a place of health and prosperity, this island of water. Water in Olelo, Hawaii is vai. Fittingly so, wealth in Olelo, Hawaii is vai vai. It is said that those who have an abundance of water are truly wealthy. What other values of wealth will I discover on Kahiki? More importantly, with all of its riches, what will I have to offer and be able to contribute to its well-being? My genealogy, 7th generation descendant of Vahikupuna, legendary Maui. I bear his name, I channel his vision, I carry his kuleana. For our people, kuleana is viewed in cycles of generations, serendipitously 7. This perspective encourages benevolence over self-service and necessitates an understanding that all decisions and actions will affect many and far into the future. The last of this lineage cycle, now more than ever, I find myself striving to further define the necessary contributions of my generational responsibilities. My capacity will afford me opportunities to affect the welfare of our people more than most. This expectation is tempered with the weight of its responsibility. I look forward to exploring the possibilities and developing thought and strategies that will help to ensure the sustainability of indigenous people and environments for Laniakea and beyond. Contemporary strategies guided by the wisdom, practice, and values of our past to benefit all in the present and for the next 7 generations to come. Like my ancestors, I will continue to be a wayfinder. I will continue to seek, to wonder, and to explore. I am Maka'o Maui, Akua Hawaii, Hawaiian. Aloha mai kākou. Although I think it'd be super cool, I'm not Maka'o Maui, nor am I Maui. I'm Robbie Oppa, architect and occasional storyteller. The legends told of Maui are well known and many. Today, I've dramatically presented my interpretations of several of his exploits as a means of describing the mythological creation of Hawaii and its people, and the symbiotic relationship between man and land in the Hawaiian existence. Ihope, the past. The story of Maka'o Maui, on the other hand, this supernatural descendant of Maui from 7 generations in the future, is a story that we developed, written and illustrated by me and my amazingly creative partners and associates at WCIT Architecture. Maka'o Maui was born both out of the incredible opportunities and seamlessly endless possibilities of our times, coupled with the fear of losing much of what we have, need, and hold dear to threats created by our own doing. Spurred first by the news of the discovery of interstellar asteroid Oumuamua and all the science fiction theories of interstellar travel, in our minds, what must be Hawaiian interstellar travel, that followed. Also inspired by the renewed interest and push for space travel from groups like SpaceX and Virgin Galactic, we began to imagine and paint this fanciful journey. We began to see how our indigenous ingenuity of our past, memorialized and perpetuated through our stories, could foretell a possible approach and strategies for the generations to come. Imua, the future. Through the two mo'olelo shared today, you have been introduced to the olelo no e ao, nana imua, nana I hope, looking forward, looking back. While this ancient proverb is uniquely Hawaiian, its fundamental premise, learning from the past to inform the future, is universal and can be found in some semblance in many cultures throughout the world. Viewed through our lens, as architects and as planners for our island communities, we've used this olelo no e ao to frame a methodology we call tomorrow's ahupua'a. Based on the native Hawaiian land division that stretched from the mountains to the sea, known to have provided all necessary resources to sustain, tomorrow's ahupua'a is an approach that looks to honor the past, the traditions, values, practices, and aspirations of our kupuna, so we might develop culturally based, forward-thinking approaches to sustainability, celebrating proper balance of our environmental, social, political, and economic resources for today and into the future. As was in the mo'olelo, at the helm of my own va'a, I too set a course for the future, guided by the principles that our kupuna have lived for many generations past. Like Maka'o Maui eagerly looked to learn more about kahiki, I continue on my own quest to learn the lessons of the Hawaii of old, known only to me through the stories of yesterday. Home of my ancestors, a place of health and prosperity, these islands at the center of the Pacific, the most isolated and yet the most sustainable. In the traditions of our people, I carry generational kuleana, responsibilities that encourage benevolence over self-service and necessitate an understanding that all my actions and decisions will affect many and far into the future. With growing challenges facing our Aina and our Kanaka, dramatic effects of climate change, diminishing natural resources, continued political unrest, global pandemics, now more than ever, I find myself striving to further define my necessary contributions to fulfill both my professional and personal responsibilities. My expertise, my experience, my reach affords me the opportunities to affect the welfare of our people through our planned and built environments in more ways than many. This great potential of amazing possibilities is tempered with the weight of its enormous responsibility. I look forward to the continual exploration and collaboration necessary to find the solutions to our environmental challenges, working not only with our indigenous thinking and inspired scientists and engineers, but also geologists and oceanographers, our attorneys and policymakers, and to our fishermen and farmers, each bringing their own lens of expertise, ideally blended with a deep understanding and appreciation for the historical and cultural ingenuity of our past. Together, we can develop thought and strategies that will help ensure the sustainability not only of our island home, but also in ways that can inform the sustainability of all island environments, for Polynesia, for Oceania, and beyond. Contemporary strategies guided by the wisdom, practice, and values of our past, nana I hope, to benefit all in the present and for the next 7 generations to come, nana I mua. Like my kupuna, I will strive to be a wayfinder with a tempered blend of care and humility and persistence and passion, I will continue to seek, to wonder, to explore. I am Robbie Oppa, architect, occasional TEDx storyteller, Kanakaole, Hawaiian.
Mr. Robbie Oppa, everybody. One of the best storytellers I'm privileged to know, for sure. Now, Rob talked about Maui. And we know Maui in popular reference as the Hawaiian Superman. He lassoed the sun, he fished the islands, he found Hawaii. What would a Hawaiian Superman look like today? Perhaps he would be a surfer, a chemist, and a journalist? Let's find out. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Cliff Kapono. Oh, okay. Oh, no, bro. Hello, Cliff. How you doing, bro?
Hello, my kako.
Right on. So we're gonna have our fireside chat a little bit later, but I know you gotta go. We didn't want to lose the opportunity to talk story with you, and so how are you feeling having watched the talks that you watched and kind of participated in this whole process? How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's a huge honor to be here and listen to all the mana'o and all the mo'olelo here today, and also see how it's creating more mo'olelo here between the audience members and even kind of permeating out into the sand and the ocean and even like the pool. I'm kind of hearing people rumbling about these types of things, so it's really inspirational. I think having these kind of safe spaces for talking about technology and education design, it's really important for us to have an opportunity to contribute. So it's an honor.
Oh, mahalo nui for that. I think I heard some of the fish in the fish pond talking about them too. He pepe au kokai'a. You know, I really had one kind of big question for you, and because one point that was so strong in your talk was how, right, and knowing your place and understanding your place can help save the planet. So for somebody who maybe not sure, like, oh man, what is my place? Where is my place? You know, somebody who's not sure but they're looking for it, what would you say to them? What would be your advice?
Yeah, I'm not an authority, just to be clear with everyone. Like, I was very honored to be amongst such amazing storytellers in this TED opportunity. I'm still trying to find my own place in life, and I think for me, it's not about knowing your place, but it's about connecting to a place and finding that place. That's what kind of centers me. We have this idea of indigeneity, indigenousness, and for me, I really believe that everyone has a place somewhere. Like I tried to express in the conversation, which I hope it becomes, is that we have an ancestor somewhere that had a very critical connection to our place, no matter if it's in Hawaii, Kahiki, or New England, you know, beyond, you know, England, wherever it may be. I think we all have a very rich history connected to place, and that helps us to feel secure in wanting to participate in place, person, conversations. We have it somewhere in our DNA, the language of the land, the language of the wind, the language of the tides and the seasons. When we remember we all have that, I think we can better appreciate what exists in a place we're visiting or a place we relocated to, and also a place that we maybe want to enhance. So, you know, it's a challenge, and I'm privileged in a sense that I was given a lot of opportunity to know my place here in Hawaii and continue to learn more about it. I know not everyone has that privilege here, but we all have it somewhere. It's just willingness to dive deeper into it.
Absolutely. Like Allison Teal said, dive in, right? The theme that you talked about, connecting to place, whether that's here or someplace else, you know, Brandon Hayashi talked about that in his talk as well, about the two trees and being rooted. And I think, to me, that idea that Brandon expressed, that you expressed, you know, we talk about local insights growing global solutions. That's the piece that anybody can take wherever they are, wherever they're from. That's something that they can take to learn how to aloha their Aina, how to malama their Aina. So just really want to mahalo you for, you know, articulating that, for coming up, for sharing, and for joining us today. You have any final mana'o?
Just thank you, everyone, for making the time to be here and engage in conversations. Mahalo to all the speakers. It's always very inspirational. I'm trying to just join a team of incredibly talented and intelligent community members here on this island. So it's really an honor to be able to know that it's being transmitted across the interwebs, and you know the whole world can now connect. And I'm looking forward to more conversations in the future. Mahalo.
Oh, mahalo nui for that. You know, Dr. Kapono ended his talk with He Hawai'iau Maua Mau, right? That declaration of identity and of purpose. And our final TED Talk that we're going to see this afternoon comes from somebody who has dove deep into that and what it means to be connected. And so at this time, it's an honor to introduce our final TED Talk for today, Kekuhi Kanakaole. Please welcome her.
Walu gini ga wa oi ale wa mai o a o lono nui a ke he ali hali ia eta e uhurmadani I poi ia eta poli mana o kane ho nua mea wa mole wa mola e la o ka papa ne o tamamo o tanu tu ibi ai me ki lalo ai ki luna e wai hone I hari mo tulai wai te a leo no ha you can say that vai say vai e ha is your breath. Vai is is water. Vai is water. Vai is also spirit. And vai in Hawaii Lifeways, in Hawaii consciousness, is the ability to be like water and like spirit, and that is the permeability of one's being. And the E is the spoken. The E is the like the supreme awesomeness of the ability to breathe into one's own permeability. So the sense that Hawaii is some distant, luxurious destination way far away. We like to think about Hawaii as not the geographical destination, but thinking of Hawaii as one's own arrival at a space in which island thinking, island behavior, and island being is the way we are, because it's the way everyone else is. Like this ohia person behind me, say aloha to this ohia, aloha to this ohia person behind me. Yeah, she lives in my yard. Well, actually, I live in her yard because she was there first. And this is her space. And as a member of her family or the space in which she lives, I am entirely permeable to who she is, how she is being, when she's flowering, when she's not feeling well, when her bark is telling me another story, the animals, and the insects and the bird people tell us what her signaling into the world is, and that's what it means to be Hawaii or in Hawaii. And so I invite you that when you're in Hawaii or a state of Hawaii, I invite you to engage in this practice that we call, if you breathe in, alo, breathe in, alo, and then breathe out, ha. Can you say that? Can you say that? Not like aloha, not like that, not like that, not like that. Think about it. Okay, ready? So alo means in the face of. That's what alo means. Ha, again, is the breath. Okay, remember we talked about ha in Hawaii? Ha is the breath. So when we talk about the ha, the alo, we want to breathe in the idea that the thing that we are facing, that's right in front of us, all around us, and above us and under us, is in fact our own self, our own reflection. What? That's what we want to think about when we're thinking about this word alo, in the word aloha. Okay, and so when we breathe that in, alo, and then we exhale the ha, ha. Oh, that's good. I gave my own self chicken skin. Like, I literally have goosebumps down my arm and on my hairy legs. Oh my gosh. Okay, doing it again. We're doing it again. Breathing in, alo, alo, ha, expand that breath. Okay. So what happens when you do that? You in the reciprocal act of the exchange, right there, in that moment. And this, Gengi, is the core operational status, or it's the mandate of Hawaii people. And now look, I could be talking about blooded Hawaii people, but let's just think about let's just think about the possibility that just because you live on this island, and just because you live on any island in Hawaii Pai Aina, because you have chosen that your family is born and dies here in this space, that we have chosen to accept our food from the landscape and the ocean around us. Let's say that as a Hawaii person, including all of those people that I'm just I just finished talking about, that we are in a constant exchange. And that exchange is called aloha. It's not just something you wear on your hat, or something you wear on a t-shirt, or something that somebody has in their URL, alohaIsUs.com, or spiritofaloha.com. Yeah, who cares about that? As a person who lives in the Hawaii landscape, and when we look at this photo of this ancient person who's lived here for millennia before we got here, this ancient person here, whose mole is embedded so deeply and so profoundly in the island landscape, like in the rock, that we are so honored to step into a space and live amongst these folks. Now, I would ask you, what's your exchange? What's your level of aloha for these people? for everybody related to these people, for the bird people, the mountain people, the cloud people, the fish people, oh my gosh, let's go on and on. The seal people, the marine people, the microbiome, these people here, the guys under and in, the guys who make up the soil. I know, right? So the question I get asked most is, how do we connect? And what we just finished talking about is probably my first exchange with the person who asks, how do I connect? How do I be, I don't feel like I belong. How do I know that I'm making an impact? How do I know if I'm taking too much? How do I know if my children will have a long, sustainable life here in Hawaii? And my first answer is, what is your exchange? What is the level of your exchange? What is the quality of your exchange? What is the quality of your relationship to these folks here? And every single entity and element in the Hawaii universe. Oh my gosh. I know, right? So, when folks ask me that question, how do I live here? How do I connect? I want to feel like I belong. I want to do what's right, but I don't know how. I want to interact with I know the Hawaii people have a way of doing this, but how do I show my respect? Well, there's three things that I love to share with people when they ask me that question. When I say, well, what is the level of your relationship to this space? And they say, I'm not sure how to relate to this space in like a spiritual way. I'm not spiritual like that. Like I have my own spirituality. Well, in the Hawaii space, guess what? You can preserve your own spirituality. What? And you can preserve your own academic credentials and leadership, and wait for it, there's more, and you can preserve your own scientific biases and beliefs, and wait for it, and you can still interact using this exchange that we call aloha. What? I just want to go out and run outside and kick my car tire right now. I'm just feeling good about that. Okay, so how do we do that? We dance the connection. You've heard about hula before. My family practices hula aiha'a. So what is this thing called hula aiha'a? It really pronounces, it really articulates our relationship to everyone in the Hawaii universe, all the who's in the Hawaii universe, the volcano, the trees, the birds, the everything. So this thing we call hula aiha'a, it's the dance, it's the embodiment of the universe, it's the chant, it's the sonic harmonization from this space in the human body and pulsing out to the bigger spaces. And this is how you do it. Maluta paliota hey no hiya kay poli opele. Bam. That was easy, huh? 4 lines. I could teach it to you. And guess what? You would be in the dancing of that, in the breathing in of that, in the sweating of that. You would be not dancing about the volcanic landscape. In that moment, you become the volcanic landscape. You notice I wasn't reading. If I was looking in your direction, I wasn't actually looking at you. Like my focus was a divergent focus. It was out there, bringing that back in here. So number one, how do we get people? What's one way to connect? It's connecting through the hula aiha'a. The second way to connect is through the mo'oku'auhau. Mo'oku'auhau, family relationships. So these people here, in my genealogy, that person there is the grandparent. No, it's not the tree. It's not the it. It's not the species. It's not the whatever it's made up of. This person right here, this ohia person, that's the grandparent. And so how do we teach that? How do we allow that kind of relationship to, how do we offer folks that relationship? Well, I have a really, really neat, super simple format that my students learn, from which my students learn how to include these people in their genealogical connections. That's the mo'oku'auhau. How do I connect? How do I increase the value of my relationship to the Hawaii space or any space you live in? You connect those spaces to your genealogical line. They are no longer the its and the externals and the externality of life and all those other things that happen to be resources. No. They become your soul. Isn't that interesting? That you include the ohia, that you include Mauna Loa, that you include Athens, that you include Lake Michigan, that you include dogwood plants, that you include the black oak from the Alps, that you include the cedar, the sugi, the Jomong sugi. How about that one? From Yakushima Island in your personal genealogy is to include them in the soul of your life way. That's good stuff. And number 3, I teach my learners how to see things at different scales, not necessarily from different perspectives. Because perspective means that I don't have to be of that one, and I don't have to be of that one, but I can choose that one, and okay, that one's nice, and yeah, I'll take that perspective and maybe a little bit of that one. No, it's being able to relate to people's stories, the story of the world, the story of the universe, the story of Hawaii Island, the story of that water, the story of the ocean, the story of the stream, the story of the lava at different scales. We call those scales ki'i. Can you say ki'i? Ki'i. Yeah, good job. So how I relate to ohia tree here, what is my ki'i akea? Okay, or maybe how I really, oh my God, check these guys. Cute, yeah? They're super cute, you guys. And you should see them in the wind, and their heads do like this in the wind. Oh my gosh. Okay, so the question in a ka'au framework and being able to see someone else's story about their relationship to place at different scales. So if we look at this space from the scale of the Akea, or the grand scale, the universal scale, the global scale. How do we relate to this place? What is the ki'i? Oh, maybe the ki'i could be expanse. Maybe the ki'i could be what the vines do, allow the soil to do underneath them. So this is, let's look at the metaphor of maybe the mother's cloth, loincloth, or the mother's skirt laid over the soil to protect the soil from the harshness of this particular climate. That's a wonderful image, the image of the mother. Okay, now if we look at this ki'i at a communal scale, that's the ki'i honua, communal scale. Okay, and so we learn how to appreciate the quality of our relationships to our environment and to Hawaii by appreciating the scale of how people relate to this particular image. A ki'i honua would be the story about how Hi'iaka was laid down as Pele went and surfed in the surf. And then the day became so hot that all of the greenery around Hi'iaka came in from all over and covered her and protected her from the sun. That's a ki'i honua. That's a communal image. It's an image just for a particular region, a particular occupation, or a particular group of people. But the ki'i that I love to look for is the ki'i iaka. And this ki'i is the one that really, really shouts at your personal relationship, like at you. Like this is the image that goes, look at me, look at me, look at me. You know your mom when she's scolding you and she's saying, you better look at me. That one, that's called the ki'i iaka. And this is the shadow image. And so if I look at this image with the ki'i iaka, and oh my gosh, it's the Pele. And what do I see in that? I either see something that I just can't look at because I'm emotionally unready for it, unprepared, underprepared. I hate it. Like, I can't even look at it, it's horrible. That's one ki'i iaka. That's probably the one that shouts at people the most. What is that ki'i iaka in your life, in your society, in your forest, in your world that you cannot look at? That's usually the message of the ki'i iaka. Look at what you cannot look at. And aloha what you cannot understand. And be permeable to that which you have no experiencing. The ki'i iaka teaches us to see and to practice aloha at many in so many ways. The ki'i iaka takes the most practice. And so this is the thing. When we learn about ka'au, that's the story, the narrative of people's relationships to one another and people's relationships to places. And we're learning about all of these ways in which you can relate to that story through the ki'i. You have to be able to see yourself in that ki'i. So now what is our ki'i for this thing we're calling climate change? I just saying we're calling because that's somebody's ka'au that originated someplace, somewhere in a certain mentality and a certain attitude with a certain emotion and a certain level of experience. What I'm challenging us to do, my dear Hawaii people out there in the world. Because remember, Hawaii is not a geographical location. In the world, Hawaii is a state of mind, and aloha is the way. It's my way, might not be your way, but I invite you to try it. Aloha is the way to consider that if this climate change is not working out for us, and it's not just a matter, I understand it's not just a matter of going into a shop and saying, no, I'm sorry, that dress doesn't work. I'm gonna change that, ki'iaka. It's not as shallow as that, but it's almost as simple as that, you guys. Hawaii Life Ways tells us that if we looking monsters in the face, then take the time to love that monster and consider where that monster came from. And guess what? The ka'ao, the hula, the chant, the Hawaii space, that is changing over and over again. I mean, the dances that we danced for this crater 50 years ago, we cannot dance in the same way. Do you know why? Because the physical, the geomorphology of this crater, Kilauea, my ancestor, has changed so many times over the decades, and I was there for the last 50 years witnessing her changes. And guess what? In Hawaii Life Ways, the stories tell us, change your story, and you change the reality of it. You want climate change? Change the climate. Change the climate. We want resolution for climate change. Change the climate in which you're functioning, in which you're thinking, in which you're feeling, in which you're living. Hulia tabauna velaite aya tabaine avela na oia tulili ai taua avela anopu chahio tulua. Hola.
Hola. Wow. How's that, guys? 10 amazing TED Talks, 6 outstanding winners of the County of Hawaii Sustainable Achievement Awards, and a whole day of good fun conversations up here on stage and also amongst yourselves, on the chat, amongst friends viewing this remotely. So happy to be a part of this. Now we're gonna wrap today up with 3 Fireside Talk Story panels. We would love to have everybody up here at once, but for safety, for the stage, for the couches, and for all of that, we're gonna do this in 3 chunks. And so, I'd like to bring up our first set of Fireside Chat participants. Please welcome to the stage the CEO of the Hawaii Tourism Authority, John DeFries. The Executive Director of the Hawaii Green Growth, Hawaii's Local 2030 Hub, Ms. Celeste Connors. And one of the original co-authors of the Aina Aloha Economic Futures Declaration, and the founder of the Vaivai Collective, and so many other things in our community, Mahina Paishon-Duarte. So everybody gets their own couch. You have 2 microphones from which to choose. And we have one more participant who may be trying to join us on Zoom. And if he does make it, Matt, you can just throw him on the screen if we get him. So, why don't we start by doing this? John, Celeste, not a chat amongst yourselves. Why don't we start, and whoever wants to go first can, just your reaction to the talks that you saw today. And you have microphones on your couch. If you could please use those.
So I've seen 8 of the 10 and look forward to the other 2. You know, tremendous amount, the depth and the gravity of the subject at hand, and the challenges we face, the opportunities we have, all come through, right? And 30 years ago, on these grounds, I sat in kind of a think tank setting with Kekuhi's parents, right? And her auntie, Ulu. And everything, every word she used, every image she created, every challenge she put forth, I sat there, you know, I could appreciate it in its genealogical context because she is the extension of that lineage, right? So, and Robbie Oppa, what I was whispering to Celeste is Robbie Oppa and Billy Kinoy were high school classmates, Mayor Billy Kinoy. And Harry Kim, the other mayor, in between Billy and Mayor Roth, was their football coach, and both of them got kicked off the team because they were, all of them, they were rascals, right? And so, and yeah, so it's great to be here. Celeste?
Yeah, no, aloha, and mahalo Ilihia for all the coordination that went on behind this. But you know, I think watching all the TED Talks and even the recipients, and congratulations to all of the incredible work that's underway. That's the action and the implementation, right? That's what we're all really hungry for as these talks are happening after the COP26 in Glasgow. And it really comes down to the accountability that we collectively have about those commitments that are made, that some people might say don't go far enough. Although Secretary Kerry did talk about the glass half full, John, so I thought about you and your Auntie Emma. But for me, you would have thought that we were all in a room together plotting this for like days, all trying to figure out how to weave our stories together. But in fact, we weren't. But what it does mean to me is this incredible coherence and narrative of our collective story. Whether you grow up here, generations, you're recently here, but it's how, at least from my perspective, you embrace values of Hawaii and how you share those in whatever way is your kuleana. We heard this, whether it's architecture or policy or law, or as a fisherman, but all of these things are critically important to actually address the threat of our time, which is climate change. That monster that we look at in the face and collectively. So for me, what I'm struck by is the incredible coherence of our collective message and the importance of this message and Hawaii's message at this time. Like right now, today, this week, after what happened or didn't happen in Glasgow, many miles away. But I think this is the power of this room, and this is the power of the stories that were shared, and that's what I heard today. So mahalo.
Mahalo nui, Celeste. Mahina?
Yes, ancestry. So yes, we heard ancestry, genealogy, coherence, and I would add diversity. Aren't we so fortunate and blessed that we call Hawaii Kuauli, this place, our beloved homeland? And aren't we so fortunate that we can continually learn from the diversity of our climates and our habitats? And so what I took out of the myriad of thoughts that and intentions that were shared was that we come from so many diverse perspectives and elevations, perhaps, when we're looking at a particular problem set or opportunity set. And that diversity is what brings resilience. Mahalo.
Oh, mahalo nui, Mahina. You know, one thing that's really notable about this particular panel and these three speakers is they're attacking it at very different, very important levels. You know, we have Celeste, who was instrumental in setting the global goals on an international level, and now the implementation in Hawaii and on islands across the world. With John, we have a CEO leading an industry that often has been maligned as a driver of climate change in the negative, but is now working to show that it can be a driver of change in the positive. And then we have Mahina, who's working through the economy, and economies are so often blamed for a lot of our ills. Economies are also the way to turn it all around. So this is a really interesting grouping of three right here. And I would love to have you guys here for hours and hours and hours. But I'll just ask one more time, and whoever wants to go first can jump in. What is the most important part of doing what you do at the level that you're doing it?
So John keeps looking at me. He's not giving me stink eye though. The level that we're working on, that I'm working on, is complicated because it's local, right? It's local global. And people are like, I don't understand. Are we have to work locally or do we do globally? And I'm like, well, maybe we're a unicorn, but we need more unicorns. It has to be local, but we need to actually think local and act global. We often hear you got to think global and act local. We got to do that too. But when you think local and act global, then we make sense of all the things that were just discussed. Again, going back to Glasgow, right? Against the backdrop of climate change. Because we have these large commitments, $100 billion for islands. Has that materialized? We have to look at mitigation and adaptation. But it's going to happen at the community level. So the level that I see that we're working at is local. The hub, and what Ilihia referred to as really chicken skin. We had former President Obama declare in Glasgow last week that he's an island boy. He actually said to a group of delegates, world leaders, island leaders, that Hawaii shaped who he was. And at that moment, he helped launch something called the Local 2030 Islands Network, which is a network of island economies now that have come together around the world. We have Ireland identifying itself as an island economy, and Palau and FSM and Armai and Hawaii and Guam and this coalition. And further, what was remarkable about what happened in Glasgow was that the US government and others said to put our best foot forward is to put our islands forward, to put Hawaii forward, and Guam and Puerto Rico. And so that was announced at Glasgow, and that's where we're going to see. So I think this is really positioning Hawaii to share our mana'o, our experience, and to learn from others in a real peer-to-peer island way. So I think the level we're working on is through an island lens, which is what the rest of the world is desperately looking for.
Yeah, and I just want to mahalo Mayor Roth and everyone here representing the county for creating this opportunity to act globally through a local context. And absolutely, the work that Celeste does in all the many spaces, but certainly through Hawaii Green Growth, is tremendous. I would offer two things. One is, I'm a small business owner. I was in school administration and nonprofit administration as well. And I think we can all agree here as residents, we want accountability. We want to understand that we are all part of something that's larger than any one individual or any one individual agenda. And so what I would offer is let's build out some tools that will help us all embrace shared accountability, shared transparency. And when we support communities, local communities to do so, then perhaps we don't need to be, sometimes we get a little afraid of local community, right? We'll just say it. Sometimes we get a little afraid of local community to take on leadership roles because there can be a rub. And we as a local island community are gonna continue to have hard, difficult conversations. However, when we create tools for which industry, for which government, for which communities can come together, like the Aloha Plus Challenge, like Aina Aloha Economic Futures, and other tools that are yet to be created, we can all make sure that we will aukahi. Yeah, we are not just one canoe, but we are in an armada of canoes heading toward a similar direction. And then the second thing, a good friend of mine told me this, and I kind of asked him, so he just came back from COP26, and I asked him, so what's your number one takeaway? What do we need to be doing as a local and a global community? He said this, and I actually agree with him. He said, it's about our social, yes, policy, yes, creating economic infrastructure to make those, large systems changes, yes. And here's what we as individuals all have control over: our own personal actions, our own personal behaviors. So what I'm challenging myself with is this. I can be, like probably everyone here, I can be very production-oriented, goal-oriented, and it's about like producing the new thing. But maybe I just need to sit back and ask myself, what am I willing to give up? What am I gonna do less of in order to love this Aina? What are those trade-offs? How can I think about my spending habits a little differently? My driving habits a little differently, so I can do my small little part and perhaps be with community and neighbors, family and friends, and we can create this change together. Kekuhi said it. She said, change narrative, change the story, change mo'olelo, change everything.
I'm reminded that in June 2016, World Oceans Day, our voyaging canoe, Hokulea, arrived at the United Nations. And the three of us were there. Celeste and I met Mahina there, who had a group of students. Celeste had been the liaison for the New York City administration at one point in her life. She was the liaison to the UN, so she knew she could walk through that building blindfolded, right? And it was a big experience for all of us that were there. But the point I wanted to make is that the Hawaii Tourism Authority, we have a strategic plan that was adopted by our board in January of 2020, 9 months before I took office there. Embedded in that strategic plan is the Aloha Plus Challenge. So I'm mandated by function, operational function, to advance, to get the largest industry in Hawaii aligned behind the goals of the Aloha Plus Challenge. In June of 2020, Mahina and the Aina Aloha Economic Futures Declaration has 14 co-authors, of which Mahina is one. She and fellow co-author, Na'alehu Anthony, presented at the HTA board meeting in June 2020 and convinced the board, again, this is prior to my arrival at HTA, to become signatories of the Aina Aloha Economic Futures. So operationally, I am responsible for advancing, taking the largest industry and state agency and align it in accordance with this community-driven activity, right? And so I couldn't be happier and more challenged by it, but I also have to credit our board for having gotten there and putting us in that kind of position. The last thing I want to say is that it has to do with genealogy again, and it's the genealogy of this land. that goes back to the Brown family, Francis Brown and his nephew Kenneth Brown. And if you heard my presentation, I referenced Kenny. But at one time, before there was any physical improvement, any structures here, this was all lava. And the vision of a resort was beginning to emerge. This place was going to be called the Mauna Loa Resort, juxtaposed with the Mauna Kea that Lawrence Rockefeller had built. And so if you go back in the entitlement documents, you'll see the Mauna Loa Land Company, the Mauna Loa Development Company, the Mauna Loa Bay Resort. And on the morning of the groundbreaking of the first vertical structure, which was the golf clubhouse, right? All lava now, first building coming out of the ground. On the morning of that groundbreaking ceremony, the Hawaiian kupuna who was responsible for the blessing observed that the summits of the 5 mountains were visible. Kohala, Mauna Kea, Mauna Loa, Hualalai, and Haleakala. And in that moment, she changed the name of this place to Mauna Lani, which literally means the mountain, the heavenly mountain, right? And she changed it because the presence of those 5 summits was a cultural sign to her and a spiritual indicator that this place was actually the vortex of where the spiritual energies that emanate from the summits congregate. Conversely, it caused Kenneth Brown to understand it in the context of the 5 Olympic rings. And so he began to relate to the summits as really the extension to the rest of the world. And that one day, this place and the Kohala Coast would become the home of a global forum. And I just wanted to share that story with you. That Hawaiian woman who made that change happened to be my aunt, Emma DeFries, my father's sister. And I wonder what the head of marketing thought when she did that. He had already ordered all the business cards and all of this stuff in it. And here's this woman in a red pareo who decided to change it. But there's a reason why we're here. There's a reason why the genealogy of this land continues to grow toward a higher purpose, which is to serve Hawaii and to serve humanity. So thank you.
Mahalo nui to our first panel of Fireside Chat, folks. Mahalo for joining us. John, thanks for sharing that story about Auntie Emma. Leave it to a DeFries to call in audible. So, we get wheels the podium. All right. So our next set of panelists, we're going to invite Brandon Hayashi, Dr. Greg Asner, and Dr. Katie Kamelamela. So as they make their way up here, we want to thank again this panel. And this is probably a good time to again appreciate those supporters who made today possible. Certainly the County of Hawaii, Mayor's Office, Naleo Hawaii, Naleo Community TV, Mauna Lani, our host here, once upon a time about to be known as the Mauna Loa. Mauna Kea Resort, also supporting Nicholson, Hawaiian Electric, Peisha Hawaii, Hawaii Preparatory Academy, KTA Superstores, Kamehameha Schools, SCP Hotels, Tingley Development, TNT Electric, Brew, the Elemental Accelerator, SSFM International, Interjex Renewable Energy, the Arizona State University Center for Global Discovery and Conservation Science, whose support is manifest by them lending their director to our cause. Hawaii Green Growth, WCIT Architecture, Andrew Richard Hara, HPM Building Supply, BYD, Build Your Dreams, the Hawaii Tourism Authority, the Akaka Foundation for Tropical Forests, and many more, which we will get to in our next break. So, we have our next panel here. Aloha, guys. Go ahead and pick your microphone. I want to start the same way we did with the last set of folks. Whoever wants to go first. What was your reaction to watching all 10 talks together?
Well, chicken skin over and over again. And in a lot of ways, the talks are really diverse, but in many ways, from really different entry points, they actually tell a similar story. And that story is one that ultimately puts us relying on one another to find these solutions to this climate challenge. And so I like the fact that the talks represented this diversity of way and of thinking and of not just technology, but kind of the entire range of possibilities. But it all comes down to us in the end. And it seems cliche to say it, but as a scientist especially, we know that there are no path that's going to get us there that's going to be scientific and technological alone. So I was learning from the other speakers about their views, which are not scientific and technological, and then I'm absorbing that and understanding that and strengthening my contribution back to that thinking. And that's what my experience has been.
Mahalo nui, Doctor. Eeny, meeny, miny. Looks like Brandon.
So there's a Japanese word that doesn't really translate into English called komorebi, which actually reflects light that is filtered through trees and is actually really appropriate for this time of day right now. And I think that's reflective of some of the diversity that we talk about. And at the end of the day, we find the words, we find the ways to make it fit within our culture, within our genealogy, to find the solutions. And I think that's the beauty of what we had with these 10 speakers, is that filtered light coming through our individual native species in our place, where we're from, that's appropriate.
That's beautiful, brother. Mahalo for that. Dr. Kamelamela, you're up.
Wow, boo, that was like deep. That was like intense. With the shimmering light coming from behind you, just sharing my view. Yeah, it's like, I think, we're talking, some of the speakers were talking in the back about how we didn't organize our talks together, but they kind of had a theme through all of them. And I kind of want to recognize people who aren't here right now, which is y'all on the Zoom chat. People have been sending me the screenshots. It's amazing. And what I like the most about it is the responses to the ideas that have been shared, which is the whole point. We're human, we're fallible, we're not perfect, just as the next human being. And so these are all jump off points for us, and each speaker has provided reference material that you can Google and follow up on. So we aren't the solution. We're just part of that tip of the spear to break through the noise. And vertical gardening could be an opportunity, and it could be a viable way, but if you listen to what everybody was talking about, it isn't a technology. We are the solution that we're looking for. And it's easier to blame other people than to point the finger back at ourselves and take responsibility for how we got here. Our phones, all these little choices add up. And once we start taking that accountability, and this is what I got from a lot of the talks, your path opens up, whatever that means for you. Because my path is not someone else's path. Those are the decisions from a long time ago that have provided these opportunities. So for people who are watching or got the replay, you're part of the solution. You're listening to the talk, you're absorbing, and you're going to talk about these ideas with other people. And that's the point of TED, is to talk about ideas that change our communities, not just in school, at the office, but more impactfully with our family. And those are the harder conversations that we should be talking about. The ones in our family, the people that we have actual influence over because they love us. How cool is that? That's what I got.
Mahalo nui, Dr. Kamelamela. You know, when you talked about taking responsibility, it reminded me of, going to church in Kelkaha when I was small. Father George DeCosta used to say, every time you point the finger, you get 4 fingers pointing back at you. I only count 3, might be the way I put my thumb, but in any case, there's certainly a place for taking that responsibility upon ourselves and acting. Mahalo for that. And shameless plug for Brandon, my good friend. He talked about the light filtering through the trees. He also has other TED Talks. One of them is about the power of light. So definitely go check him out. My last question for this group is, Katie, I saw your water bottle when we were filming the TEDx. My dad would appreciate the Haubush Surf Company sticker that you had on there. So you have Ohana roots to go back to this island, but you were born on Oahu. Brandon, same. And, all 3 of you have found your way to this island to make a difference. What is it about this island? What's that gravity that pulled you here to do your work to make that difference?
Boom, happiness. I came here. I don't even know if you're done with your question.
I like where the answer is going, so please.
Yeah. So I said during my talk, I moved here to be happy, and I literally moved here to be happy. My father remembers it a little bit differently. But I remember coming to Hawaii Island to, my dad, again, born in Kalapana, so we used to come and do the circuit, which is in my mind. And that's when I was the happiest. A lot of my aunties that was raised by my father are no longer here, but the lessons and the cracks I got at those tables stay with me. And so actually, pre my scientist days, I was a volleyball, what do they call them? Athletes. I got a 4-year scholarship and stuff. And I gave it up because it didn't make me happy. And I moved back home to be with my family. I wanted to get that 4-year scholarship and be a Vulcan, and they didn't want me. And so, my PhD gave me the puka. And this is the most not making sense at all. But I literally just moved to Hawaii Island, happiness, and because I'm a botanist, because there was more forest here. And I was like, if there's more forest here, then I'll probably get a job there as a botanist. So it doesn't make any sense, but that's why I'm here. And the reasons I work at the places that I work at, like Pu'uva'ava'a, is because that place talked to me and told me I was going to work there, literally. My dad told me I'd be in Kona. He's like, you don't belong in Hilo. And I've heard some conversations today. I was like, oh, man, I'm going to move to Kona, bro. I don't know about that. But the point is, I'm here because I followed my heart and I followed my happiness. And everyone can do that no matter where they're at and make not just their place, but their family a place that they want to be with. People that they want to surround themselves by. So thanks for letting me cut you off, Pooh.
Mahalo nui. Gentlemen, whichever one of you wants to take a swing.
So it's true what Katie mentioned about there being more forest here. And I think, between the 3 of us, we're all really involved with forestry, right? With a lot of work that is being done on land. And when you look at this island alone, a little bit more than 4,000 square miles here. And for example, Department of Land and Natural Resources, something like 70% of their land is on this island of Hawaii. So there's a lot of good stuff to be done here, a lot of important things to test out. But if answering your question properly, I would have to say it comes down to 2 words: relationships and trust. So there's an Irish olelo no eo, right? There's an Irish proverb, mahiasavat lan ho satena, which basically means you are the place where I stand on the day when my feet are tired. And I think when I compare the relationships, the sense of trust, that exists, for example, in Oahu or some of the other places where I worked and lived, compared to that of Hawaii Island, it's here, right? There's a lot of trust, there's a lot of energy, and there's a closeness with only roughly about 200,000 people on this island that is hard to replicate anywhere else. So I think it's really those relationships and that trust at the end of the day that has brought us and brought me here.
Mahalo, Brandon. Greg?
I echo a lot of what's been said, but my entry here was one of a welcome that I received. I lived on Oahu, and then I lived in Kaunakakai on Molokai, and I worked there, and I learned from that community some incredible things about that place. And then during that time, I was having some communication to Hilo, and the warm welcome, the open arms, it was irresistible, really. And it does have a lot to do with the environment here, but it also has to do with the communities here that I've been very fortunate to learn from and contribute something to. And that's what has amplified over 27 years here. And it's taken me into South Kona, where we live and work day in and day out with that community and Milili'i and others. So it's just kind of this amplification of the environmental challenges, but with the community draw and care and real connection. That's what drew me here.
Mahalo nui for that. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for panel number 2. Brandon Hayashi, Dr. Katie Kamelamela, Dr. Greg Asner. Mahalo nui. Okay. We have one final panel as part of this fireside chat. So I would like to call up at this time the Honorable Mayor Mitch Roth, the Honorable Director of Research and Development for the County of Hawaii, Doug Adams, as well as one of the best surfers I know who also runs the planning department, Mr. Zendo Curran. Welcome. Please have a seat. These 3 gentlemen have served the public not only in their current roles, but in roles before that. So mahalo to each of you for your service in different ways. Zendo as an elected official, Mayor Roth as prosecutor, Doug as one of our veterans. Mahalo nui for your service. So, who would like to go first and just give a general sense of how you felt about today's TED Talks?
The mayor does. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Doug. I thought I'm supposed to be the guy that's delegating. What an amazing day. I mean, let's give a hand, first of all, for Ilihia being up there.
Mahalo, mahalo.
All of our amazing presenters. Our recipients of the Sustainability Awards, and the team, that put this on. It wasn't me. It was a whole team of just amazing people. So let's give them a real big hand.
Absolutely.
As I was watching today and I was thinking, a couple of thoughts came to mind. And one of the thoughts that came to mind was, this is like seeds. We need to plant more forests. We need to plant more trees. And I started thinking about the seeds of this event. And a lot of those people are here today. Mahina, the Aloha Aina Economic Futures, was a seed for this. Celeste, she wasn't in my mind, but the Aloha Plus Challenge and things that, we did were a seed for what we're doing with sustainability. If you asked me about a year and a half ago when I first started running for mayor if we were going to be doing something like this, I probably wouldn't be there, but they're seeds. And then one of the biggest seeds came during our sustainability summit and really brought things forward, and that was John DeFries talking about this island being the classroom for the world. And hey, big hand for and here we are, the classroom for the world. And I was talking to Mahina back there about the butterfly effect, how butterfly wings can, put a little ripple here and cause change around the world. And really, I see with, the people that we've had here, the partnerships, the listening that we're doing, we are making change. And that change, from global thoughts, will have global solutions. And I just want to, thank all of you for being part of this. And I'm just sitting here kind of just so appreciative to be, representing this island in this state with these amazing people on this island earth. So that's my takeaway.
Mahalo nui, Mayor. Zendo, Doug? Doug it is.
Particularly since Zendo didn't have a microphone in his hand.
Hint, hint.
Exactly. By the way, thanks for asking the same question first for the previous panels. It gave me a chance to actually think about what I might say if I was up here.
Figured you'd have to research and develop an answer.
Yeah,
So.
exactly.
Zendo's planning his.
For me, what I found was little points that just stuck with me. And I think that I should probably talk about a couple of those. But they will, the context of this is, I invited my friend Dr. Soma Gandhi here with me because part of what she does in our connection is that she makes sure that if I'm going to do any type of reflection, that I try and be honest with it. And so as I'm thinking about the talks, I'm recognizing that I'm approaching the listening and the viewing with a certain point of view. And I'm trying to be as normative as I can. I'm trying to be as objective as I can. And yet I'm finding that I am being surprised. And sometimes surprise comes from a recognition that I'm hearing something and I'm reacting to it in a way that I didn't expect myself to. So I'm listening and I'm hearing a conversation, a dialogue that says you need to look at the monsters and you have to look at them. What is the monster that you're looking at? And I hadn't expected, one, to hear that. And then two, I wasn't all that excited about having to respond to that. But I think it's important to actually tackle that, because if we're going to tackle any of these other issues, we have to, in fact, be able to understand what are the monsters in our own vision. And so if I'm looking at monsters, and we kind of heard that in a way earlier from Mahina when she was up here, she referred to not necessarily the monsters, but she did refer to the idea of what can she do, and maybe it's to step back a little bit. And I think for me, my monster is, where am I being a hypocrite? Where is it that I am not necessarily doing what I need to do for the context, in the context of this island and our people? And so I really appreciate that piece. That was a pretty intense one, so that's going to allow me to not necessarily remember the other one that I had, but there was a couple of other ones, for sure.
And Doug, thanks for bringing that up, that all of these TED Talks are going to be available for replay. Experience them again.
Right.
Today's event was the premiere. But these are going to live on YouTube. Hopefully they're going to get a lot of views, because I think the ideas expressed by our speakers today are so critically important. So mahalo for that, Doug.
All right. Thanks so much, Ilihia. I will take that as my segue onto Zendo.
All right. Well planned. Well planned.
All right. Thanks, Ilihia. Good to see everybody. Really a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to watch the speakers, and it's a really honor to be able to provide feedback here. I want to thank Brandon. I think he might have helped with my name situation. I was born in North Kohala, 48-hour labor. Part of it was underneath a tree. Part of it was an unpermitted shack. So I'm thinking Kern means either maybe single tree or unpermitted shack. Still trying to figure that out.
One of those, bro.
One of them, but we're good. Born and raised here on the Big Island. It's unique, yeah. We make up such a diverse group. And when I was growing up, I grew up surfing Pohiki, which doesn't really exist there anymore the same way it does. And always had a desire and passion to kind of move into things that I was scared of, public speaking being one of them. It's true, though. So
but here we are.
Yeah, thanks. And I wanted to night dive. One of the things I wanted to do as a surfer, and I grew up surfing, really didn't learn how to swim until I was 11. I wanted to night dive. And so there's two guys that were like the epitome of night diving, the epitome of surfing, and they were about 10 years older than I was. I was 15 at the time. And I begged them to take me night diving. Please take me night diving. Please. They said no. I said, I got a car. I said no. I said, I'll pay for gas. I said, okay, shoots, we go. So I had my old 79 Honda Civic at 15. We strapped a huge cooler to the roof, and we proceeded to drive down to South Point because that was where it was the calmest. And again, I'm not like really excited. I'm half excited, really scared, and nervous. So we get down to South Point. You're all familiar with South Point. I'm sure you know where the ladders are. You jump off the cliff there. So the route is you jump in off the ladders, well, actually climb down through the puka, get in, and then you swim in towards the bay to the broken road. It's about a two-hour dive. And I had put a bunch of gear together, had the basics, and they gave me a light, gave me the bag, the pole, all the stuff. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna do this. So boom, jump in the water. And South Point is heavy duty because it's sheer cliff. You're going to get sheer cliff. It's got a shelf, maybe 20 feet deep, and then it drops off into the abyss. And so I jump in there, and I'm like, oh, wow, this is really neat. You can really just see where your light's shining. So I don't need to see all the scary parts over there. I'm just going to go, and I see a lobster. I drive down. Boom, grab the lobster, throw it in my bag. I'm like, yes, I'm a night diver. Got this. Cool. Within about 5 minutes, Kaimi, one of the guys, bangs me on the shoulder, says, bro, my light burnt out. Give me your light. You throw in my bag. Which means, give me your light. You don't have a light. Kaimi's a really good diver, so he gave me his bag. And it's like this bag with a little floaty on it that they just put lobster in as you go, and it gets heavier and heavier. So there I am, faced with like every fear you don't want to have in the water at nighttime, off of South Point, sheer cliff, and no light. Shoots. I kind of feel like that's where we are in a sense with this whole climate world. We're in this place of uncertainty. We're in a place of fear. We're in a place of like, I'm really excited. There's a lot of opportunity. Don't know what to do, but I'm going to keep going forward. And I feel like the communication with the speakers today and the Sustainability Summit and just the collective knowledge that's coming forth these days is helping guide that forward. It's helping guide us while we're stuck without the light, without that beacon. And how do we look at all these perspectives and bring those together, but more together than just an idea, more together than just talk, more together than just another plan that sits on the shelf, but together in an actionable way, together in an equitable way, together in a way that we can actually do something to make a frickin' difference. Because I am tired of talking. Let's go. And through this and through the support of, the administration, through the support of all of you, we're going to hopefully bring this knowledge together. We're going to put it into code. We're going to change it through, our Chapter 25 zoning, subdivision, general plan, our climate action plan I'm working on with Doug and his team right there. Bringing it together so we can actually make it work. So we can actually get back to shore. We can actually celebrate what we can really do as a humanity, as a community, as a island, and as a world. So that's all. Thank you.
Wow. We went all the way to South Point, dove in the dark, and made it back. Okay, so we're almost out of time. I do want to ask this lightning round question, particularly to the three of you, because Zendo, planning director, right? You have authority over these things that can help implement the change that we need to make. Doug, research and development, you got economic development, you've also got things like agriculture, you got climate, you've got all of these things under your kuleana. And then Mayor, certainly for you, it's all under your kuleana. This beautiful island that we're also blessed to call home. So the question is, when you walk into work on Monday, what are you gonna do differently having seen what you saw today?
Okay, now I'm going to delegate. Zendo? No, Doug, then Zendo. I'll take it last.
I understood your answer to be you're going to delegate more. Thank you.
It's interesting, Ilihia, the lightning round question, I assume, requires a lightning round answer. One of the things that we are also doing is that we're also doing community well-being out of research and development. And so what this particular event tells me is that we have an incredible array of, typically you hear folks say smart people doing things. Now, we have passionate people doing this stuff, right? And
Absolutely. It's
the connection, our connection as the county and specifically my department of research development and the enormously passionate people that I have as well, making sure that we are connected to what we heard today is going to happen. But ultimately what I would do walking in, first day of the week back to work, is to make sure that my folks are where they need to be so that we can tackle these incredibly difficult problems together. Who do we need to talk to so that we can move in the right direction? And a lot of that is making sure that we're talking to our own people on this island.
Mahalo for that.
So, Monday. I'm going to go in and I'm going to do very similar to what we have been doing. We're going to continue to bring people together. We're going to continue to bring the connectivity of these people together that are our teammates. They're not our staff, they're our teammates, right? And the fact that they actually have so much juice, so much power just to treat somebody kindly when they come to the desk or to process an application in a manner that's the most pono they feel that they can. I think bringing these conversations, bringing in another unique perspective, and I like what Doug said, when things, trigger you sometimes, I like to, what I call lean into it. I'm going to look for those areas that I got triggered on, and I'm going to lean into those. And I'm going to try to effectively communicate with my staff. Luckily, I have a full staff meeting at 8:30, so already planned. And I'm going to continue to share what we're doing here, which is the same message of let's treat people how we want to be treated. Let's treat the Aina how we'd want to be treated. Let's treat the ocean how we'd want to be treated. Let's treat the young people how we'd want to be treated and the Kapono how we'd want to be treated. And I think if we continue with that sense of stewardship and that sense of ownership for who we are as civil servants, for who we are as members of our community, I think that'll make a huge, huge, huge difference because it's going to open up that dialogue. It'll hopefully narrow this divide that we have. We have such a divide. And I think through compassion, through communication, through understanding, maybe we can come together. Maybe we won't all agree, but we can see it a little bit differently so it's not nuclear, so it's not catastrophic that it's, I get it, a little bit different. Let's go this way. And we come together as best we can. And I like the the Buddhism thought of, here's that perfect neutral, and most people think being of that mindset is you're perfectly on that path. And it's not the case. We're constantly going side to side of that path. It's how far off that path we get. So try to bring that back into our staff, to our folks. We're going to get off a little bit. Try not to get off too far. Bring it back to center, off, bring it back to center, and move forward in the most productive way we possibly can. My father always told me, perseverance furthers. Didn't know what that meant for the many years, thought it was just stupid, but it brought me to where I am, and I think it's what it's going to take to get our whole world to where we need to get. Perseverance furthers, and it works, so that's it. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Very good. I see Brandon back there, and I think about, his talk in Okage-sama Day. I am what I am because of you, and we are what we are because of us. And one of the things that I've realized being in this group today is that there's so many of you that I've been introducing for the first time. And I realize that as we get together, there's synergy. And if we're going to make change, we need to make sure that people of like minds who see the value of what we're doing here are getting together. And so I think for our team, we're going to be getting them, making sure that all of you, our community, are getting better in touch. That's all.
Mahalo nui, Mayor. Round of applause for our county administration team. Mayor, stay right there. I'm going to hold you back. Doug, Zendo, mahalo nui. Appreciate you guys. Have a fun staff meeting Monday. Those are always a blast. So, we're here at the end of the day. I definitely want to give the last word to our mayor, Mitch Roth. But first, I just want to quickly recap all that we did today, because it was a lot. We got 10 amazing TED Talks from Celeste Connors, Dr. Cliff Capono, John DeFries, Mahina Paishon-Duarte, Ishan Wong, Dr. Katie Kamelamela, Brandon Hayashi, Dr. Greg Asner, Robbie Oppa, and Kekuhi Kanakaoleohaililani. We also recognized 6 award winners of the inaugural County of Hawai'i Sustainable Achievement Awards: the Edith Kanakaole Foundation, the Hawaii Ulu Co-op, Haloa Aina, Kamuela Hardwoods, Paul Pontio, and the folks at Blue Planet, Allison Teal. So we want to mahalo all of them. We had a special guest, inspiration from our next generation. It's really been a great day. And so to close it off, I want to thank again our sponsors who made this possible. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mayor, for your final thoughts.
I think our last speaker said it best. Bam! And there you have it. We just, a couple of hours went by. I just want to, again, mahalo everybody who put this on. What an amazing day. Amazing speakers and amazing opportunities that we all get to go on. I want to just point out, that's the Mirage over there. Paul just figured he'd park it, right on the lawn here. If you haven't seen that, Paul, can you flip the trunk for those of you guys that are here? Maybe want to take a look. It's pretty cool. Anyhow, thank you all. What a day, Ilihia. Thank you as well.
Mahalo nui. Want to recognize the team that helped to put this together?
Absolutely. Our team is amazing, and it wasn't just from the mayor's office. I mean, there were so many other people that had a big role in this. But I want to give a special shout out to Kate Logan, our special assistant on sustainability. Micah Alameda, who was with Naleo TV and Naleo TV. Another super shout out to our best employee that we don't have to pay, Harvey Stone.
You mean you didn't get his invoice?
I did.
Oh,
he's been just pretty amazing. Cyrus Jonathan, where's he at? There he is. The real brains of the county, giving. And everybody else who helped put this on. Again, what an amazing day. I know we have some food over here. If you haven't met people, please use this time, if you're here, to talk and get to know each other, because there's some amazing people in this room.
Absolutely. And for everybody who joined us online, really want to give a huge shout out to the Naleo crew who made it happen. Micah, Brother Matt in the trailer, the entire crew who's here. So many hours in the studio recording the TED Talks and bringing it all to you live from right here at Maunalani to the world. So mahalo nui to the crew at Naleo, and to you, Mayor, for bringing us all together to make it happen. I've been involved in TED's A through W. None of them hold a candle to today's TEDxCounty of Hawai'i. So mahalo nui for joining us, folks online.
Hello, everybody.
We'll see you next time. Aloha.
Thank you. Aloha.